Championship Division 2 match against Leicestershire. When play starts at 10 o'clock on the round, Leicestershire will back first, have the toss. Scorecard saw this match as well as the coach. The food today at the ground, so that's the players on the seats. And subscribe to coffee, snacks and ice cream, next to your coffee, that lights, just over 5 minutes until play starts at 12:30. Here's today's game. Leicestershire, Richard Camp, so Rothesay, Captain Young, is Hill, Tattersall, Esenazi, wicketkeeper Ben Rothesay, with Velasquez, Lloyd Mallory, Chris Wright, Josh Wright. Northamptonshire, Edwin Second, Captain Sales, St. Sales, Justin Hall, Stuart, Andy Arthur, was debut, Paul Calder, Joe Spiritual, and Lighthouse, and Rothesay. Everyone in the 15-year-old was having around the passing of Harold, through most of the point before play today. Please join us in honoring his wonderful life while standing as you're over and taking part in minutes.
Good morning and welcome to the 14th and final round of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship in Division 2. It's Northamptonshire hosting the champions, the Leicestershire Foxes, as they visit Wantage Road. My name is Dan Chadwick. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. We've got 4 days of fair weather ahead of us for a cracking end to the 2025 summer. Aaron, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Morning, everyone, as well. Tuning into the Northamptonshire live stream. As you said, Dan, should be a nice way to wrap up the 2025 season. Doesn't feel like 5 minutes since we were here in April and everybody was at their respective grounds looking forward to the start of a new campaign. And here we are for the final time in the summer of 2025. And as you would have heard through the FX mic, Wantage Road, all of these supporters here impeccably applauding the late, great Dickie Bird. We had a minute's applause for the great man who sadly passed away yesterday Ian Barnsley and all of us here at Northamptonshire, and of course at his former club of Leicestershire, are thinking of his friends, his family, and all of his loved ones at this very difficult time. He was a lovely individual. Got to meet him just a few weeks back. It was the 31st of August. It was the One Day Cup semi-final. There was just a lovely energy that radiated from him. Just a very warm, kind and genuine individual. So, yeah, I know that he'll be very much in the hearts and minds of everybody in today's game, as well as county matches up and down the country.
Yeah, an iconic part of our game, wasn't he, for such a long period of time. Even after the retirement of standing duty was kind of always a focus, whether that was a test match, whether it was a championship match. Anytime any cricket was at Yorkshire, there was always a reference or a mention of Dickie Bird. Yeah, a legacy that's gonna last long, isn't it, for all of us cricket fans. Justin Broad opening the bowling this morning from the Lynn Wilson centre end for Northamptonshire. And it's, well, what a start that could have been. Nicked off Rishi Patel, first ball of the day, and it's been put down at first slip by Safe Zabe, I think that is, at first slip today. So not quite, maybe people aren't quite ready for the final round of the championship. Earlier on this morning, Leicestershire captain Ian Holland won the toss and elected to have a bat first. A pretty green surface, a used surface here at Northamptonshire, which you would expect. And what could have been a dream start for the hosts. Broad on the money again.
Well, it was one of those that almost took everybody by complete surprise. I think that Rishi Patel himself didn't really know what shot to play to that delivery. Ultimately, it was a thick outside edge, and realistically, that should have been taken. But look, Northamptonshire now have to reset, refocus. Next delivery could be the wicket-taking one, so they've just got to compartmentalise that for the time being.
Good start, challenging start here for Justin Broad, taking the new ball for not the first time in his career, but certainly wouldn't be the first choice option for Northamptonshire without Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor today, both missing with injury. Northamptonshire, the 11 that they've elected to play today, I'll run through after this. Justin Broad delivery. This time drive from Rishi Patel. So it's Arish Buchake, Lewis McManus, captain and keeper this week, will open the batting. Rob Keogh at 3, James Sales 4, Safe Zabe at 5, Justin Broad at 6, Stuart van der Merwe, George Bartlett, George Scrimshaw, Ben Whitehouse and Nirvan Ramesh. Round out the 11 for Northamptonshire this week. Left alone. And the Leicestershire lineup: Rishi Patel, Sol Buddinger, Ian Holland, Lewis Hill, Johnny Tattersall, who's moved down from Yorkshire ahead of the 2026 season, gets a game this week for Leicestershire. Stevie Esenazi, he's in the middle order. Ben Cox with the gloves, Liam Travaskis, Logan Van Beek, Chris Wright, who we will talk, I'm sure, a bit more about as this game unfolds, at number 10. And then Josh Hull rounds out the 11 for the visitors. That's a beauty, that bit of lift, bit of extra bounce from Justin Broad to end the first over of the day. Could have been one down already.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? You look back in hindsight, what could have been, but look, it's been and gone. And apologies as well if there are some issues with the scoreboard at the minute. The digital one here at Wantage Road is currently down, so we'll just keep you as best updated as we can throughout the duration of the day's play. But yeah, of course, you mentioned there, Dan, Chris Wright making an appearance, 414 of his career. An absolute icon of county cricket. Also looking for wicket number 800 of his 22-year stint in the county circuit. So, yeah, it'll be emotional. I imagine there'll be quite a few tears by the end of it, but what a way to bow out, of course. Getting Leicestershire back to the promised land of Division 1 the first time since 2003. I mean, this is a moment 22 years in the making, and I think a lot of people up and down the country are absolutely delighted for the East Midlands outfit.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. From the David Capel lens, taking the new ball here on Wednesday morning is going to be Ben Whitehouse. 2 slips in place. Challenges the top of off stump. First up for Sol Buddinger. A few things to chat through, isn't there, across the course of this game? Obviously, the promotion for Leicestershire, the new signings that they've made ahead of that 2026 season. Maybe have a little bit of a run through of the prospects or what we think our thoughts will be with regards to their ability to compete next year in red ball cricket in particular. That one just moves away, a bit of nip away for Whitehouse into the gloves of McManus. Northants, of course, as well. The hopes for 2026. What can we look forward to for supporters of Northamptonshire? What maybe they could be looking at in the market of players. Whether we don't know names or anything like that, but we could guess, couldn't we? We could have that conversation. Chris Wright, as we mentioned, and then there's obviously been a small announcement yesterday of an Ashes squad, hasn't there? Which people were looking forward to. Short ball, pulled away, backward of square. First runs of the day. Buddinger off the mark.
Yeah, that was an emphatic shot, wasn't it, from Leicestershire opener?
People
just meat and drink for a player of his stature. He's someone who is very punchy, very aggressive, someone who loves to take on the short ball, and yeah, slightly disappointing that for Ben Whitehouse, but he himself is a fierce competitor, and we saw that in the game against Glamorgan on his first-class debut. Had a little in the second innings, so yeah, watch out for Ben Whitehouse, someone who, I must say, has made quite the impression. Just needs a few more wickets. I think that's the only added bonus for him.
Yeah, there's a host of guys, isn't there, for Northamptonshire that have performed well for the second 11 and for the academy over the last 12 months with Richake, Whitehouse, Van der Merwe, Nirvana Ramesh, Adi Sharma, who's not made the 11 today. But that's a big step, isn't it? Second 11 cricket. Not that I say that as any form of experience, but from having a chat with people that have been involved in the game, the step between second 11 cricket and first class cricket, first 11 cricket is significant. So a good test for the 4 of those this week against the team that have dominated Division 2 this year.
No, it is. It's a great opportunity, isn't it, really? Especially, of course, for Stuart Van der Merwe and Arish Richake. Both of those two making their first-class debuts for the club. Also, just looking down by the Northamptonshire Supporters Club, we do have one of the scoreboards back up, which is fantastic. So, hopefully, that should be up on the stream as well. Leicestershire 5 without loss. All 5 of those coming off the bat of Sol Buddinger so far.
Inside edge this time, into the pad. Patel off the mark. Got that life, didn't he? First ball of the day off Justin Broad. Gets himself away here at Northampton. Whitehouse conceding 6 off the over. We've watched a lot of Northamptonshire, Aaron, over the course of the summer. What have you made of the performances over the last month and a half and so? And how have the young lads, the new faces, how have they gone?
Well, it's an interesting one because, of course, with the One Day Cup, the results, let's face it, were very disappointing. Everybody, players, coaches, fans alike, were left very underwhelmed after what should have been a positive season or a positive campaign in white ball cricket, especially in the 50-over formats. I mean, we saw it in the T20 Blast, what the Steelbacks are like as a white ball side. So, yeah, it was disappointing overall. But in terms of those youngsters, I'll touch upon it after this next delivery from Justin Broad. We saw plenty of promise. I mean, Stuart van der Merwe on his debut, scoring 59 from 60 against Sussex. Adi Sharma scoring 80-odd as well in that competition. Ben Whitehouse, I must say, made an instant mark with regards to his pace and his hustle, his character. And then, of course, Nirvan Ramesh, well, he got a wicket on his debut up at Durham, or the wicket of Archie Bailey, a new signing for Durham, funny enough. And since then, he's just growing into confidence. I think back to his first-class debut, which was here a couple of weeks ago against Glamorgan. Got the big wicket of Colin Ingram. Big leading edge, spooned up to Luke Proctor. Had a wideish mid-off and, yeah, finished with a 3-for. So I think in terms of the future, without sounding too cliche, but it does look very bright. And you can see that when Darren Lehman speaks about the side and the youngsters, and also the fact that so many of them have been given those contract extensions.
Yeah, certainly a different school of thought, isn't it, for Northamptonshire, kind of looking at players from within. Leicestershire, obviously, they've got that promotion. They're looking to see what they can do to be successful next year in Division 1, but they've looked further afield. They've brought in a lot of new faces. Northants rewarding those that have performed for the county over the last 12 months. Although I'm sure Northamptonshire coaching staff and the hierarchy will be looking at those that may be available for the 2026 season. That's wild and down the leg sides. McManus does get a glove on it, but can't do anything other than just tip it round the post. It runs up towards the base of the stairs at the players' dressing rooms. And Broad gives away 5 wides to end the over. 10 for no loss.
I think in the end it's actually been given as buys. Just looking at the umpire signal. Yeah, it was. Yeah, of course, there is the difference, isn't there? First class compared to white ball cricket.
No, that's a wide ball. Look after the wicket keepers. Look after the wicket keepers. You can't give that as buys. That's full length dive from Lewis McManus. He's just got enough to get a fingertip on it. Maybe it swung after the stumps. Oh, pulled away, inside edge, misses leg stump. Nirvan Ramesh cuts it off inside the boundary rope. And Buddinger and Patel jog back to complete a second.
It's a really nice bit of fielding that from young Nirvan Ramesh. Made up the ground nice and quickly. Puts in good dive and saves the extra 2 runs. And you like to see that, of course, from any young player. Everybody hungry to make their mark, even though for Northamptonshire, unfortunately, promotion not on the cards here in this final round, but still ought to play for the young guns just to make that impression.
Absolutely. I mean, there's spaces available, isn't there? You wouldn't have said that Northamptonshire are at full strength today. As I say, they're missing a few players, but there will be some opportunities and some gaps in that 11 for next year. It's 2 straight. Worked through square leg by Buddinger. Runs away for 4. Second boundary of the morning for him. Second for Leicestershire as well. Takes the score up to 16. Surprised George Grimshaw didn't take the new ball this morning?
A little bit, because we did see Ben Whitehouse as the first change bowler against Glamorgan. But of course, the caveat of that was Luke Proctor was in the side with the new cherry in hand. And goodness me, he bowled electrifyingly early doors against the Welsh outfit. But, I mean, it's a good opportunity for Ben. As we said, he's someone who bursts in with plenty of energy. That's a good riposte against Buddinger, but this is the difficulty. If you are going to bring those stumps into play, you've got to get the radar absolutely bang on, because Sol Buddinger, anything on the onside is getting dispatched. We see that in red ball cricket, white ball cricket. He's a very strong player off his pads, and also if it's bowled short, he will hack you away, whether that's with the hook or the pull. You're guaranteed to see him attack the bowlers. If anything is just held on that back of a length.
One through the offside this time. Cut away off the back foot. It's not going to get to the boundary. It's the longer side of the ground this week in Northampton. James Sales cuts that one off. So another 2 added. No, he's a stylish cricketer, Sol Buddinger. To use the cliche with busy. Wants to fill bat on ball, wants to score, wants to see that scoreboard ticking over. We'll be looking here for an opportunity, won't he, against, respectfully, a weakened bowling lineup for Northamptonshire to finish his 2026 season off on a, sorry, 2025 season off on a high. And a big drive. Big drive. Whitehouse can't believe he's not nicked him off. Dot ball to finish the over. 2026 season off on a, sorry, 2025 season off on a high. 18 for no loss after 4. A big drive. Big drive. Whitehouse can't. Rishi Patel on 1.
So it will be Justin Broad to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just for those who are unaware as well, with regards to the unavailability of players like Proctor and Ben Sanderson, as well as Ricardo Vasconcelos. So Proctor is out with a quad injury, so that ruled him out of this game. Ben Sanderson's had a little bit of soreness with his shoulder and his knee, so don't want to be playing too risky with those. That one is watched down the leg side by Rishi Patel. And as for Ricardo Vasconcelos, well, he was desperately unfortunate down in Bristol. Had a collision with young Ben Whitehouse, and he's been ruled out as a result of concussion protocol. So, as you said, it is very much a chopped and changed Northamptonshire side, but as we keep on mentioning, opportunities for youngsters, always good to just put your name out there for Darren Lehman.
Absolutely. Nice looking shot. Patel can't get it past George Bartlett at cover. Tumbling stop from Bartlett. Just turn that effects mic down a little bit. It's pretty breezy out there today, isn't it? Weather forecast looks good, but there was a little bit of rain on my drive up from the south coast this morning around Luton. Edged again. Played deliberately this time by Rishi Patel, trying to run it up to the members. Good stop at third slip by James Sales. Just ringing the fingers. Cold as well, isn't it? Single figures on the temperature gauge this morning, and that's just got James Sales on the end of one of those cold fingers.
Yeah, it's one of those you almost don't want the ball to sting the palms. Really does leave a little bit extra.
That's a beautiful shot by Rishi Patel. I think he's going to have to run that, though. It's not going to make its way to the boundary. Scrimshaw gives chase. Leicestershire, they will come back for a third. I thought they were going to settle on a second there, but Rishi Patel, seeing that the ball hadn't quite made it to George Scrimshaw, elected to come back for the third. Takes the score into the 20s. Brings Sol Buddinger back on strike. Ian Holland captaining Leicestershire this week. Has done so before this summer, hasn't he? But they've gone through a few different captains across this first class season, which is not remarkable, but to think of the success that they've had in first class cricket, and they've been led by at least 3 different captains that I can think of. Wouldn't be a stretch to think there might have been a 4th in there at some point through the course of the summer as well. But aerial through the leg side. Buddinger again. Scrimshaw, those long legs pumping down towards the long on boundary, keeps it inside the boundary rope, and Buddinger comes back for a third. George Scrimshaw will be hoping that he doesn't have to do that again during the course of this over.
It is funny, though, that we've already seen a couple of threes being scored, because previously over the course of the entire summer, really, the outfield here has been lightning fast. And that was the same in the One Day Cup. It was the same in the previous championship match against Glamorgan. Anything that beat the infield went for 4. So really has slowed up quite a bit.
Appeal for LBW, but that's in the thigh pad. And absolutely no interest from the umpire. Not much interest from the Northamptonshire teammates. And in fairness to Justin Broad, I don't think there was much interest in that appeal from him either. Feels that he's owed one, having had that outside edge drop by Safe Save at first slip. First ball of the morning. That one just into the thigh pad of Rishi Patel. An inquiry, let's call it one of those, but I think even that might be a stretch from Justin Broad with the vigor that went up with the appeal. Whitehouse still with the 2 slips, so more of a defensive field for the young Ben Whitehouse. Nice covering of grass on this surface today. Normally means that the pitch will play true, play a bit better, a bit more pace about it, which the batters will enjoy. It doesn't look as yet, does it, that it's really skipping off that surface, particularly off Whitehouse. It looks like it's just holding up a little bit. Looks like he bowls quite a heavy ball into the surface, just not getting that bit of extra pace off of it. That one's pulled away. Nirvan Ramesh watches it disappear into the Briggs and Forrester stand for 6. So Whitehouse, that heavy ball, that back of a length, and Buddinger just sitting and waiting on the back foot, hooks it all the way for 6.
Well, I think that's a very fair assessment, actually, of the pitch so far, because interestingly enough, we're playing on the one to the right-hand side, as you can see, plenty of wear and tear. And it was inconsistent from the David Capel end. So there was a little bit of extra rise on certain deliveries, and a couple, especially from Justin Broad, kept very, very low outside the off stump. So maybe it's just a case of Whitehouse almost getting to grips with the pace of the wicket. Nothing has really risen up sharply on that back of a length, but a good shot in the end from Sol Buddinger.
That one, well, stylishly dispatched off the back foot again from Buddinger. Lofted over George Scrimshaw, who jogs up to the boundary edge to retrieve that one rather than sprints after it. But back-to-back boundaries, 10 off 2 balls for Buddinger. Again, camped on that back foot, waiting for that back of a length delivery from Whitehouse. Over pitch this time. Not really in the perfect position, not the MCC textbook to play that shot through the offside, but quick enough hand speed, enough power. Gets it down to the boundary for 4. And that one on outside edge. Squared up from Whitehouse, but plays it with soft hands down into the ground straight away.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Sol Buddinger is feeling it today, isn't it? Already got 3 4s and a 6.
In the mood.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? It's been a great season for Leicestershire. Buddinger, no pressure at all, can go out there and play the stylish kind of innings that he wants to at the end of the year. They haven't got that jeopardy. They're not looking over the shoulder. They're not worrying about Glamorgan in second place with regards to, oh, are they going to take the trophy of us? They're not thinking about final positioning. It's all done and dusted. They can go, they can play with the freedom. Now, that could be brilliant. That could be really dangerous for Northamptonshire that they go out there and play with that freedom. I don't think they're going to go and disrespect this game of cricket. I think they're going to want to win. Nicely played again. Another boundary for Buddinger, this time through the leg side, through mid-wicket. Timed beautifully again. That's expensive. An expensive over for Ben Whitehouse and Northamptonshire. The score races up to 38. Takes Buddinger up to 30 off 18 deliveries. I wasn't expecting this when I returned to first class cricket. This is brilliant.
Well, this is just Sol Buddinger, isn't it? Let's face it, he is a naturally aggressive character, and when it pays off spectacularly. So, yeah, unsurprisingly, Lewis McManus has seen this early counter-attack from the Leicestershire opener, and he's brought on his strike bowler. George Scrimshaw will replace Justin Broad from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it's good to see Scrimshaw in the whites. We've only seen him make one first-class appearance in 2025 so far. Of course, that was here against Derbyshire. Got the wicket of Caleb Jewell in that match, I believe, so good to see him back.
Yeah, another one of the Northants players that's just recently put pen to paper on a contract extension. I think it's another year, isn't it, for Scrimshaw? We'll keep him at the club for another 12 months. Good bit of business, had a fantastic blast campaign. Bowled well, bowled with good pace, good energy, good bounce. Did what David Willey wanted him to do. Having spoken to him quite a bit over the course of his kind of stint here, he's always been keen and desperate to play as much cricket as possible, and to those injuries, those various different injuries have kept him out of the first class side. There'll obviously be a bit of workload management there as well with regards to that white ball setup. He's, I think would be fair to say, a more valuable asset for that T20 side than what he would be for the 4-day side. So yes, he's not going to get flogged in 4-day cricket at the detriment of the success of the Steelbacks in the T20s. That's pulled away. That's such a stylish shot, isn't it, by Rishi Patel this time. 4 more for Leicestershire. Bit of a long hop from Scrimshaw, but beautifully played. But if Northamptonshire can figure out a way of kind of top and tailing the season for Scrimshaw with some red ball cricket, I think would be brilliant for him. I think it would satisfy his urge to play. And then would also kind of provide Northamptonshire with a bit of a point of difference in this bowling lineup in red ball cricket.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he's tall, he's fast, he bowls rockets. So it's just a case of, as you said, just managing that. Workload management is very important for your T20 assets. And he had a really good campaign in the T20 Blast. And overall, it was a good season in the T20 format for Northamptonshire. Of course, making it to finals day for the first time since 2016. One Day Cup didn't quite go to plan. And the championship's been a bit of an interesting one, hasn't it? Because at times, there's been real glimpses of promise, potential, matches which in another year could have gone in Northamptonshire's favour. But at times, it's also been a little bit too inconsistent, especially for Darren Lehmann's liking.
That one offside this time. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries for Rishi Patel. He'd hit that one so nicely that he didn't even set off for the run. Both sides of the wicket, and I think that just backs up. There's 2 points here, isn't there? One, the inconsistency for the Northants bowlers at the start of the day's play, allowing Buddinger and Patel to score both sides, and then also the pace of the pitch. It certainly just looks like it's holding in the surface, doesn't it? 2 slips for Scrimshaw. Safe save at first, and Justin Broad at second. That one, genuine play and miss, beats the outside edge. Into the gloves of McManus. .46 for no loss, Leicestershire. One short, a bit of extra bounce, took Rishi Patel by surprise. Played it nicely, played it down. Good diving stop by James Sales at backward point to keep Rishi Patel on strike. Looks like we're going to just get a change of ends for Justin Broad. Looks like Ben Whitehouse is going to get hooked from the attack. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 28. Justin Broad will replace him from the David Capel end. And a good finish to the over for George Scrimshaw. 2 dot balls, 3 dot balls, in fact, to end the over. Cap handed back by the umpire, and it is going to be a change of ends for Justin Broad. He's going to replace Ben Whitehouse from the David Capel end. Three overs, two maidens, none for six for Justin Broad. He's just put pen to paper on a 2-year contract extension here at Northamptonshire, which is a fantastic bit of business for Northamptonshire. And a good bit of business for Justin Broad as well. Well earned, well deserved. Just as a career, just gets better and better each time he steps on the cricket field. Plays brilliantly across the three formats. I was a bit disappointed with the One Day Cup. I was hoping that was going to be a competition for him that he was really going to showcase to everybody across the UK just what he does have, particularly with the success that he'd had during the T20 Blast with the bat, with the ball in the field. I was thinking this is going to be a competition. Some good pitches in the middle of summer. Justin Broad's going to go and score a hatful and take a load of wickets, and it just didn't quite work, did it?
No, unfortunately not. But I'll tell you what, that is a great bit of business from Northants to retain his signature until 2028.
Straight targeting, almost leg stump of Buddinger, who looks like he got himself outside off stump. Just dropped it into the leg side for a single. Northants pretty defensive here, aren't they? With two on the boundary to Buddinger straight away. Those fielders will come up for Rishi Patel. Nirvan Ramesh will stay on the boundary at fine leg. James Sales moves into the slip cordon. So it'll be 3 slips for Justin Broad. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And well played, well defended by Rishi Patel. Just rehearses a stylish on drive, doesn't he? .47 for no loss, Leicestershire. We'll keep you up to date with the scores across the county championship as the week goes on.
It's funny you say that, Dan. Was just about to give an update at the end of this over. Because quite a lot has happened, especially in Division 1. I mean, of course, for Division 2, as we've already touched upon, promotion is done and dusted. It will be Leicestershire and Glamorgan competing in the top division in 2026. But there's a real 3-horse battle for survival in the top flight. Durham and Yorkshire playing each other at Headingley this week. So if one of those teams was to lose, puts them in a very perilous position. I mean, for Durham, if they do lose that fixture, they are down, which would be a massive shock. And a lot of people, myself included, thought they would be very competitive in Division 1. Of course, the other side, who I think a lot of people are just stunned, have been dragged into this battle of Hampshire. So they are playing Surrey at the Utilita Bowl in this final round. And let's say, for example, that Durham and Yorkshire ends in a draw and Hampshire lose. Well, the Rose and Crown could go down as we see the end of the over. Leicestershire remain 47 without loss. I mean, that's almost inconceivable, isn't it? The fact that Hampshire are pretty much down there in a real dogfight for survival at the minute. I mean, this is a side who, think back to 2021, had they have beaten Lancashire up at Egbert, they would have been crowned as the victors of the championship that year. Been in and around the mix since around about 2019 overall. So, yeah, they'll be desperate to stay up.
Yeah, I mean, they had that 8-point deduction, didn't they, which would have put them up to, what, 150 points, and potentially at that point there, you'd say, wouldn't be looking over their shoulder. Obviously, that was deemed the punishment by the ECB there for that, in their words, substandard pitch that was used against Sussex, which will be a big contributing factor. They've just not won enough games, have they? 2 wins and 9 draws is the reason why they find themselves there. The other thing as well, they've gone through that season without James Vince. Liam Dawson hasn't been available through the entirety of the year. 2 players that they've banked on to, well, not only score 1,000 runs each, but also take plenty of wickets there for Dawson as well. Scrimshaw to Sol Buddinger, 2 slips. Deep third and a deep backward square who comes into play there. So it'd be another 2 for Buddinger. George Bartlett patrolling the leg side boundary.
And then just to almost leapfrog on the point about the battle for survival, of course, there's still a title race up for grabs in Division 1. Nottinghamshire hosting Warwickshire at Trent Bridge, knowing that a draw practically gets them the title. As for Surrey, well, they're in search of a maximum point victory against Hampshire on the south coast. So very much all to play for.
Short ball pulled away all the way for 6. Second 6 of the morning for Sol Buddinger. Into the hip from George Scrimshaw. He's very, very fine. Brings up the 50 for Leicestershire as well. 55 for no loss of just inside the 9th over.
It's been a fast-paced start, hasn't it? And Sol Buddinger already moves on to 37, 4 4s and 2 6s. And I'm a little bit confused with regards to the game plan here, because we haven't really seen enough deliveries in the channel. A lot of short ball stuff here to Buddinger.
That was hacked away, but it's effective, and long chase for Bartlett, and the ball wins. Back-to-back boundaries for Buddinger. That one's slightly more agricultural than the one before. You think he just checks the inside edge of that cricket bat that he's got in his hand there. But no one cares what it looks like. It's another 4 added to the tally as well. Inside 10 overs, the brand new Dukes and Northamptonshire have gone down to 1 slip. Safe save has gone out of the cordon, stationed at mid-wicket, so it's just Justin Broad in there next to Lewis McManus now. And I don't necessarily think that's going to please or cheer up the Northamptonshire supporters that have had a pretty tough year in red ball cricket. And dot ball to finish, just down the leg side. Buddinger couldn't quite catch up with it, otherwise I think that probably would have been another boundary to end the over. 59 for no loss after 9. Buddinger on 43 off just 24 deliveries. And Rishi Patel 12 off 29. So opening signs of this, Aaron, it really doesn't look like there's any pace in this surface at all, is there? That shorter ball from Justin Broad just kind of ballooned and floated really through to the gloves of McManus. So it is a used pitch. It has been rain around. But when you see it like that at Northampton, you normally see a little bit more pace off the surface. Still the 3 slips for Justin Broad. That's that one on the top of off stump and covered up brilliantly by Rishi Patel. All the time in the world to get in behind that one.
Of course, Rishi comes into this game with a little bit of form, doesn't he? Scored 114 in the game against Kent. I mean, overall, with regards to his season, 550 runs and counting, average just a touch under 37. He's had quite a good campaign as the Leicestershire opener. Sold Buddinger, meanwhile, on 665 runs at 33.2.
That one pulled away by Patel, well fetched really, wasn't it, through mid-wicket. Just sat up outside off stump. He's almost spooned it over mid-wicket for 4. A couple of bounces down to the boundary rope. An easy-looking shot, really, for Rishi Patel. Moves on to 16. Takes the score up to 63. Just offers to shape away. Rishi Patel pulls out of that, elects it to leave the ball to go through to Lewis McManus, and that is the end of the 10th over. So having won the toss, chosen to have a bat first. Leicestershire are 63 for no loss after 10 overs, which, well, that's impressive to sum that up.
Well, it is. It's almost what you'd expect in one-day cricket. And we did promise that update from around the ground. So we'll start in Division 1 and we'll start in Southampton, where Surrey are 19 for 1 after 9 overs against Hampshire. Rory Burns winning the toss and choosing to have a bat first in that game. We'll take you through those over the course of the next few overs. Scrimshaw bowls here to Buddinger. Short again and just helped on its way down towards long leg. Single taken between the Leicestershire openers. As for the other game in the title race, this time at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, and they have restricted Warwickshire to 18 for 1 in the 10th over. So good start there for the East Midlands side. Someone short again, an uppercut by Rishi Patel. Will take a few bounces out there as Stuart van der Merwe hairs off in pursuit. Another couple to add to the tally for the Foxes. And of course, in the relegation dogfight, we go to Headingley, where Durham are 18 for 2 in the 10th over. So that has been a very good start for Yorkshire in that game. Jack White, of course, formerly of these pastures. He's in the wicket, so too is Matt Milnes. And then the game taking place at New Road. Well, already relegated Worcestershire are on 36 for 3 in the 9th over. Of course, Sussex themselves looking just to secure safety. Theoretically, they could be dragged back into it, but would take quite a few results going against them. And in fact, they've just got a 4th. So Worcestershire now 36 for 4. All 4 of those wickets have been taken by Ollie Robinson, who's got 4 for 19. Goodness me, that is some start for the Martlets. Take you through the Somerset game after this delivery. Short again, Patel tries to hook it around the corner, but can't do so on this occasion. So yeah, that final game in the First Division, Somerset are 40 for 1 after 10 overs of play at the county ground, Chelmsford. So that is all of the action in the first division. And at the end of this over, / the start of the 12th, we'll take you through the scores on the doors in Division 2. Patel goes on the defensive with that shot. One more delivery remains in this, the 11th over on day one. For those tuning in as well on the YouTube stream, please do let us know where you're watching on from. Whether you're a Northants fan, a Leicestershire fan, a neutral. We had all sorts during the One Day Cup. And of course, in the Glamorgan match, plenty from Jersey, with Asa Tribe scoring a double ton. That will be a dot ball to finish. So Leicestershire remain 66 without loss after 11 overs of play here at Wantage Road. Yeah, we had many from the United States and India, Sri Lanka, a few from France and Germany, and I think a couple from Sweden and Norway as well. It was quite incredible, actually, just the wide reach of county cricket. Of course, it is why the streams are so marvellous, the fact that wherever you are in the world, you can tune in and watch some quality county cricket.
I don't think they would, but you could make up some brilliant things, couldn't you? Where are you watching from? Djibouti, Samoa. What do you reckon would be the most obscure country in the world that you could possibly fabricate the story that you were watching it from?
That's a great question.
Mongolia.
First ball here from Justin Broad. Just fence back to the debutant Arush Buchake. Depends, we go in sovereign states or...
I don't know, you choose whatever you want.
I'll tell you an interesting one, which I've never actually seen on the streams, would be Wallace and Fortuna.
Yes, no, you're right. I've never seen that pop up.
No.
I mean, I don't think I'd even heard of it before then, to be fair.
Oh, it looks absolutely stunning. It's that one down the leg side and tickled round the corner by Sol Buddinger, and that'll be 4 runs. It moves him within 2 of a third half century of the season. Really has been an electric start for Buddinger. Of course, for Leicestershire as well, completely dominating the early exchanges of the day's play here in Northampton. Buddinger this time goes a little bit more defensive.
Sounds like a lovely couple, don't they, Wallace and Fortuna? Like from Shrewsbury. We've just celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. Off to Torquay for the weekend to celebrate.
So one defended back to Broad. Just going back to that previous boundary, it's actually gone down as leg buys, so Buddinger remains on 44, just to clear up any potential confusion with that. What a start this has been, though, for the Division 2 champions. Oh, that one is fallen straight, and that will be given LBW. Justin Broad gets Northamptonshire on the board here at Wantage Road. Well, it's been a very counter-attacking, aggressive and punchy start from Sol Buddinger. He has been wrapped in front of the stumps, and Leicestershire lose their first. The Foxes 70 for 1 as we head towards the ends of over number 12.
Simple, wasn't it, from Justin Broad? Full and straight. And Sol Buddinger trying to work it into the leg side. Just got beaten for a bit of pace, actually. I think the ball just maybe skipped off the surface a little bit quicker the fuller it was. Struck him on the pads. Don't think there would be much to complain about with regards to the line of that delivery. He departs for an incredibly well-made 44. An enterprising start for Sol Buddinger and Leicestershire. Justin Broad, who should have had a wicket first ball of the morning, has got reward at the end of the 12th over, this time doing the work himself.
So next into bat then for the table toppers will be Ian Holland. Of course, he's wearing the captain's armband today. Coming out to bat at number 3. Really has been a fine addition to this Leicestershire outfit. If we look at the overall season with the bats, it's been okay. 488 runs at an average of 32.5. Hasn't scored a century so far this season, so he'll be hoping to round things out on a positive note. Has scored 4 50-plus scores, though, so certainly has contributed, and that's just with the bats. I mean, the main aspect of his game has been with the ball, where he is Leicestershire's leading wicket taker in the division in 2025, has taken 35 wickets at 19.6. So how will Holland set up here against Justin Broad? Let's find out. He leaves the first one well alone. End of a fruitful over for the home side. Leicestershire 70 for 1.
Ian Holland's been a cricket draft player's dream, hasn't he, this year? Bats in the top 4, takes the new ball, scores 50s, takes fifers. Quite often in a hot position in the field for some extra catches as well. He's absolutely superb option in that brilliant fantasy game that so many county championship cricket fans enjoy through the course of the summer.
So change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be Ben Whitehouse with the cherry in hand. Bowling up first here to Rishi Patel. Will the change of ends result in a change of fortune for the 22-year-old? Let's wait and find out. That one is full and driven, nice and straight down the ground. Will be fielded by the returning Rob Keogh. Just looking in the YouTube comments, please do let us know where you are tuning in from, folks. David Hutchinson says,
Wallace.
is Shep said?
Wallace and Fortuna.
No, it's not quite Wallace and Fortuna.
The next island along.
Well, I don't think Shepshed is an island. Have you been to Shepshed?
I haven't, no. That's similar to Wallace and Fortuna. That's the first I'd heard of it.
You've never heard of Shepshed?
No.
Well, I'm surprised by that. I think it's one of the...
I'm surprised you've never heard of Shepshed. I think it's... I mean, that doesn't fill me full of confidence that you're an expert on the history and the location of Shepshed.
No, I think it's a decent-sized settlement. Trying to think what I'd compare it to. Anyway, here's Whitehouse to Patel. Tucks up in defence, but thank you for tuning in, David. Got Celeste watching from South Africa.
Brilliant.
Lovely. Please do let us know whereabouts in South Africa that is, Celeste. As for Philip Cook, Leicestershire supporter living in North Wales here, saying how wonderful it is for disabled people to be able to watch cricket free throughout the season. Well, thank you for your company, Philip. We really do appreciate it. And I think everybody appreciates the fact that we get this for free. It's an amazing service by all of the 18 first-class counties. And I mean, it's special. to be honest, to be involved in it. And we're not only just covering it, but the fact that you actually get to watch it. It's one thing listening to a description of an amazing catch or a great century, but to almost have that footage of it alongside the commentary, just amazing. Really is. As Patel rocks onto the back foot, punches that out towards deep cover point, and that will be at least 2 runs. In fact, it will just stay at 2 for the Foxes' top order batters.
He looks a little bit more comfortable coming from the Lynn Wilson centre end, Ben Whitehouse. There's a slight gradient here at Wantage Road. And those the taller bowler, or in Ben Whitehouse's case, the one that will bowl that kind of steeper bounce, that back of a length, that heavy ball, tend to get a little bit more purchase from this end than they do from the David Kay ball.
I think you signalled that straight away, Dan. Sliding down the leg side. Wasn't too much of an appeal there from the Northamptonshire players. And that will be the end of over number 13. Leicestershire 72 for 1. Really has been a dynamic start from the champions incarnate. Really is good to say that as well. Been a difficult few years for Leicestershire in red ball cricket. But to see them in Division 1, I mean, that's going to be so, so special. Same with Glamorgan as well. You think those 2 sides were the sides with the biggest droughts in the top flight. Oh, that one has been played into the ground by Holland. Didn't quite take the bats out of the danger zone, and in the end drops well short McManus, but wasn't the most convincing of leaves that from the Leicestershire number 3.
No, he was just late on it, wasn't he? It's, yeah, it just looks like a tricky surface to get the timing on it. I mean, they're not, no one here in Northamptonshire, this lineup today, they're not express, are they? Justin Broad's not express, Whitehouse isn't express. Scrimshaw would be the quickest, but even that opening spell looked like the spell at the end of the season, didn't it? It wasn't quite that kind of fiery spell that we know George Scrimshaw can bowl. It certainly feels that the fuller that you're prepared to pitch it, the quicker that ball's just going to zip off. You can see on screen, can't you, actually, that the 2 wicket ends just a bit barer, a bit more sparse of grass than there in the middle. And Broady's just having picked up that wicket, just looks like he's settling into a good rhythm now.
Always helps, doesn't it, for any bowler? As soon as you get that first scalp on the board, just a little bit more mojo, isn't there? A little bit more swagger, a little bit more confidence. Just gives you that extra degree of impetus to take with you into the remainder of the day's play. So here is Broad to Holland once more. That one down the leg side again, just helped down towards deep fine leg. When Nirvan Ramesh will cut it down to a single. Oh, we have got the answer, by the way, Dan. Celeste is watching on from Cape Town.
Nice.
Gorgeous part of the world, that. Have you had the chance to go?
No, never. Never had the pleasure or the privilege so far.
Well, that one, a full toss, just dug out, driven very square. Would say half stopped by Arish Bachake, but in the end, he's just tipped it round towards that boundary rope. And it will be 4 more runs to add to the Leicestershire total. Foxes 77 for 1. Yeah, it's one of those places. I mean, I've never really travelled outside of Europe, to be honest. A little bit limited with regards to my scope of travel, but you just look at Table Mountain, of course, Newlands. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous city. Got penguins as well in Cape Town. That one very wide outside the off stump from Justin Broad, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So the Foxes 77 for 1 after 14 overs.
That must have been incredibly close for the umpire having a stretch there. That was, well, that was well outside those you can just kind of see, can't you, those faint blue lines in the crease. It was well outside there, and Lewis McManus taking that in front of first slip. Just that extravagant swing that Justin Broad gets after the stumps just makes it look wider than what it was.
So it will be Ben Whitehouse to resume his spell here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Holland looks to just clip that down the leg side. Well taken by McManus.
Kind of fell over that, didn't he, Ian Holland? Just overbalanced. Ended up regaining his balance, but was in no real position to get a bat on ball there. Just looks, as I say, it looks like he's just struggling to come to terms with this surface at the moment.
Just holds that latest delivery slightly back of a length compared to some of the other deliveries we've seen from Whitehouse today. Oh, that's a better line, better length there from the 22-year-old, looking to bring those stumps of Ian Holland into play. Just whisked down to Rob Keogh for no run. Well, we've got a little bit more background as well about Shepshed, courtesy of David Hutchinson. It's the dormitory town of Loughborough. I was going to say, I thought it was a decent-sized settlement. Of course, Loughborough being the main one. So that one is down the leg side and clipped away down towards long leg. Single taken. And I'll give you a little bit of extra info. Of course, home of Shepshed Dynamo in non-league football. Quite keen on my non-league football, I must say, Dan. Done quite a lot in the past few years. Finally ticked off Buxton this year, which was very fun. England's highest football ground in terms of metres above sea level.
Beautiful area of the world, Buxton in the Peak District. I'm delighted for you that you're able to tick it off. Sounds like something that you'd had on your bucket list for a while.
Well, it's funny. It's funny because I was actually going to bring that into a piece of cricket trivia, and it came courtesy of your Instagram content.
Oh, blimey. Okay, yeah.
Over in the Caribbean. So I've just mentioned there Buxton being the highest altitude football grounds in England.
Yeah.
Conversely, if we look at the other end of the spectrum, with regards to lowest. Oh, so that one has been tickled fine. There's no fielder down there at very fine legs, so that will be 4 runs for Rishi Patel. Leicestershire 82 for 1 after 15 overs of play. Patel on 28 and Holland on 2. Of course, you visited the lowest of cricket grounds.
I did.
One which is actually below sea level.
Yeah, fascinating place. Cricket, or at least professional cricket's no longer played there, but the ground in question is the Border Cricket Ground in Guyana, Georgetown, Guyana. The city itself is built below sea level, which is fascinating to start with. It's got this enormous sea wall that protects the city from the South Atlantic. And yeah, firstly, what a place, full of history, the names on the board and the memories that people have got of watching cricket there is just amazing. I can't help but feel as a cricket fan to go to a location like that and you just go, this feels special. Do you know, like it lives and breathes cricket, it breathes the sport. But the state of disrepair that it's in now is a shame. And I mean, the people of Georgetown Cricket Club that still call it home are doing a fantastic job to maintain their pavilion and the honours boards and really kind of highlight the history. But you look at a few of those grounds in the Caribbean, you think of Queen's Park Oval, you think of the Wreck in Antigua. They could be real kind of museum history pieces for each individual nation and develop that little bit of tourism there, because there must be so many people that would have watched cricket, whether it be on the TV or in person at these grounds, and would love to go there and reminisce and think about the memories that they had watching the likes of Brian Lara and Jeff Boycott, Sir Vivian Richards. The names, honestly, outstanding. But yeah, below sea level.
There you go.
Do you know the altitudes of the county grounds? That feels like something that you might have up your sleeve.
I'm going to
highest and lowest.
Going to be honest, Dan, that's out of my remit for the time being. I'll work on that throughout the remainder of the 4 days here at Wantage Road. No, I just thought that was absolutely fascinating. The fact that it is below sea level. That one is driven by Holland, only as far as Arish Bachake operating at backward point. Just great to learn more about these iconic stadiums as well, isn't it? Like the fact that all of them have got such a rich tapestry of history, and it is just funny, wherever you are in the world, there's a piece of grass or there's a cricket wicket which means the absolute world to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just located just off Shivnarine Chanderpool Drive, Border Cricket Club.
I mean, he's another one of those great names, isn't he? Of course, we were lucky enough to see him in county cricket. Played for Lancashire.
Derbyshire as well, I think.
Yep. Brilliant player. Some muted appeals there from the Northamptonshire slip cordon, but no harm done for Leicestershire. So the Foxes 82 for 1 after 16 overs.
Flying along. Northamptonshire have managed to just slow it down a little bit, haven't they, since Sol Buddinger departed for 44, but this partnership already growing to a nice number. Ben Whitehouse, 5 overs, none for 35, so he's going at exactly 7. George Scrimshaw, 3 overs, none for 23, going at nearly 8. Contrast, Justin Broad, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 16. And it looks like Nirvan Ramesh is going through he's either going through a lengthy warm-up out there ready for a spell of bowling, or he's really trying to catch Lewis McManus's eye because he wants to have a go himself. James Sales has been rarely bowled across the course of the summer, but there is another seam option there if Lewis McManus wanted to continue with a bit of seam, but I think that would be maybe down the pecking order. I don't think he would be next to bowl, that's for sure, but combination of Nirvan Ramesh, Rob Keogh, Stuart van der Merwe, Saif Zabe could all offer spin bowling options for Lewis McManus and for Northamptonshire. It's a unique makeup of the 11, isn't it, for Northants this week? It's end of September, green wicket, overcast. You think might just be packed full of seamers. 3 out-and-out seamers on show. I suppose you can't pick players that you don't have. That's probably the reality of the situation here with the lineup that Northants and Darren Lehman have picked this week.
Well, there'll be a change of field here as George Bartlett, I think, was initially going to go into the slip cordon. Instead, it's Stuart van der Merwe who goes in at first slip. Brought in at second, and Bartlett was lurking at backward point. Also, a leg slip in play. It's Whitehouse bowls here to Holland. Goes on the defensive on that occasion. It's funny you mentioned James Sales bowling as well, because we did actually see him bowl an over or 2 against Glamorgan, but he didn't bowl seam. He bowled off breaks.
Okay. Yeah. I think he has been struggling with a bit of injuries through the course of the summer. Plus, as well, he's had that role defined for him at number 4 in this batting lineup for Northamptonshire. So just focusing his game maybe on his batting rather than his all-round game. I think it would be fair to say that he wants to be that's what he wants to do. He wants to be a batter. He wants to score runs. He wants to bat in the top 4, and he's done a brilliant job of it since he's had that opportunity this year and last year as well. But he's quick with ball in hand, and it would be a shame if that weren't to be a part of his game going forward. But maybe specialising in one or the other provides a bit more of a fruitful career and a season for them.
Potentially. And of course, we did see the repertoire of his batting on full show last year against Leicestershire, right here at Wantage Road, where he scored a career best 135. And, well, we were commentating on that, weren't we? And that was an absolutely splendid innings. One which felt, I'm not going to say coming of age, but it felt like a little bit of a marker for James Sales. Up until that point, he'd shown plenty of glimpses, but that was the full package. Certainly a very handy batting option. Patel looks to just guide that one wide of George Scrimshaw at mid-off. And that will be a dot ball to finish. So Leicestershire find themselves 84 for 1 after 17 overs here at the county ground. I think we'll also just provide another quick update from around the grounds because there is so much at stake, especially in Division 1. As for the second division, well, Middlesex are 84 for 2 after 15 overs of play at Lords against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan, who are already promoted to the top flight in 2026, are 58 for 3 in the 17th over against Lancashire at Sophia Gardens. And as for the final game taking place in Canterbury, Derbyshire are 76 for 1 in the 18th over against Kent. As right on cue, Dan, Nirvan Ramesh will come on to bowl his first over of the day. Plenty to like about the 17-year-old. Has a very distinguishable action. That's the first thing you'll notice about his bowling. But against Glamorgan, he's just relentless in terms of his line, in terms of his length. Possesses some decent variations, mixes up the speed and trajectory as well. I mean, he's someone who I know for a fact Darren Lehman rates very, very highly. And he has been a bit of a superstar in second 11 cricket. Took 30 wickets over the course of the campaign in 2025. Then made an instant mark in the One-Day Cup. Getting that wicket on debut against Durham in that victory at the Riverside. Here he is then, just making some final adjustments to the field. Brought in at slip, man under the lid at short leg. Got plenty of protection on the onside as well. Holland goes for the reverse, and that's a good tumbling stop there by James Sales. Diving there at backward point. So just to confirm the field, it is a 5-4 in favour of the leg side. You can see there straight away the intent from Holland just to disrupt the rhythm of the young gun. That one is a full toss, tries to whack it through extra cover. Will be cut off on the dive there. Rob Keogh, and doing the fielding. Of course, he's also had some really good news, hasn't he, with the recent contract extension. Just feels right to see Rob Keogh donning the Tudor rose of Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and becoming a father as well. So a good month or so for Rob Keogh. up at number 3 this week in the batting lineup as well, which is nice to see. Bit of responsibility for Rob with bat in hand. No massive turn on show as yet from Nirvan Ramesh.
Patel looking there to sweep the 17-year-old. Down towards George Scrimshaw it is. A deep backward square leg. Oh, that one. An expansive shot from Ian Holland. Doesn't get the desired connection, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So Leicestershire 86 for 1 after 18 overs here at the county ground Northampton. A couple of the Northants coaching staff just doing the laps around the field. It's one of those strange days so far with the weather, because we're seeing plenty of gloves and bobble hats. I mean, looking at the forecast, around about 12:30, 1 o'clock, it's meant to be about 18 degrees, so doesn't look like it at the moment, though.
That's going to take some changing, isn't it? I looked at the weather forecast, obviously in anticipation for this week, and it said it was like bright sunshine throughout the course of the 4 days, and I'm looking out the window now, and I think I've been completely and utterly mugged off by it. It's not. I wouldn't go so far as to say it looks horrible out there, but it certainly doesn't look comfortable, does it? It's grey. It's pretty gloomy. I wouldn't have been shocked earlier today if the floodlights had come on, to be fair. And as you say, the shirts are kind of blustering in the breeze. You've got bobble hats and winter coats out there as well. I mean, it is the end of September. Let's caveat it with that, but it certainly isn't matching the bright sunshine that I saw on the weather forecast yesterday.
No, it isn't. No, plenty of the Northamptonshire faithful are wrapped up.
I enjoyed that first over from Nirvan Ramesh, though. It was good. It was stylish. I like the uniqueness about the bowling action. I haven't, well, without really racking my brains, I would say that's a big appeal for LBW. I think there was an awful lot of bat involved in that. Whether it was pad or boot first before bat or not, only the umpire will be able to make that decision, but certainly plenty of wood involved. But a good appeal from Whitehouse and his teammates. Trying to pick up that wicket early of Ian Holland. He's just on 4, just struggled to get going so far. But certainly, like Nirvan Ramesh, without going really through the archive, looks like a bit of a one-of-one bowling action. Comes right over the top of the ball, which is exciting. Bowls from, I mean, without using the Rob Key cliche, like an incredibly high release point, as high as it can possibly get, and almost kind of over the top of his head as well. Didn't make the Ashes squad though, did he? With that high release point. Haven't quite seen enough of it yet to get on the plane to Australia.
Well, I'm sure we'll discuss that Ashes squad at some point.
Yeah, well, it was a big announcement, wasn't it, for a tournament that starts in 2.5 months' time? It felt quite early to me when I saw it yesterday. I was like, really? This is the actual squad that we're taking? I mean, it's a good squad. It's the best that I think we've possibly got.
I think that's beaten absolutely everything. And it was well, in fact, he's been giving us leg buys. That's interesting. Whether or not he's just clipped the toe there of Ian Holland. He's just waiting on the confirmation of the signal there from the umpire before saying it was buys or wides. In the end, will go down as LB. So, Leicestershire 91 for 1 after 19 overs of play here. Holland and Rishi Patel just looking to stabilise things after that earlier wicket of Sol Buddinger, who went for a very enterprising 44 from 31 deliveries. Patel on 31, Holland remains on 4. Just to back up the point about Nurvan Ramesh, I think there is an awful lot to like. But at the same time, we've got to remember he's 17 years of age. Spinners take a long time to fully mature. I think it says an awful lot, actually, about his performances so far. The fact that we saw Glamorgan playing with a lot of respect in the previous home game here in the Championship. And so far, that same respect is being paid to him by Rishi Patel, who goes now for the sweep shot. Ball just trickle down towards deep backward square for 1 run. I also like the fact that he's been so aggressive with his field placement as well. Like straight away, he wants the short leg in place. Get men in the peripheral vision of the 2 Leicestershire batters. Holland goes for the reverse again and stopped by James Sales. Holland plays that one defensively once more. I mean, for those who haven't seen Nurvan and don't really know his story, he was previously on the Surrey Academy, played for the Brown Caps from under 11 to under 17 level. Holland drives once more for no run. Plays his club cricket down at Bronsbury. Also played for Teddington and Primrose Hill over the past few years, and he's been coached by a name who I imagine will be quite familiar to those who watched county cricket in the 2000s. Holland goes for the lap sweep there. And that will be a dot ball to round out over number 20. Leicestershire 92 for 1 at this stage on the first day's play. As for that coaching, yeah, Nayan Doshi, of course, was, I think you could argue, a bit of a pioneer in T20 cricket. Felt like he took a real liking to that format, especially in the early years of the T20 Cup, of course, went on to play in the IPL. And as for Nurvan, well, he's just been so impressive for Westminster School. He's quite clearly caught the attention of Northamptonshire. He's brought onto the academy and has played a lot for the second 11 in 2025. Definitely someone to keep very close tabs on heading into 2026 and beyond.
Absolutely. Just about to start the 21st over of the morning. It's 92 for 1. Ben Whitehouse continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bit of extra bounce. Which is Rishi Patel. By surprise again, I just think it's that lack of pace in this surface, particularly the middle of the pitch. Just looks like it's holding. A little bit more zip, the fuller you're prepared to bowl. Well, I've enjoyed those 2 overs from Nurvan Ramesh. I mean, testament to the young man as well. Gets released by Surrey, and it's a challenging drive from South London. I can't think of anybody else in the current crop that would bowl of a similar.
Maybe not in county cricket, potentially in world cricket.
Yeah,
a little bit of Mahesh Theekshana,
yeah,
Sri Lankan spinner. No, it is a very handy action, one which gives him plenty of control.
Outside edge this time. Played with soft hands though. George Bartlett just picks that up as it rolls towards him at backward point. Almost like a walk through the crease, isn't it? There's no kind of big skip or big jump at the point of delivery. Quite a quick action as well when he gets there. So maybe for those that are playing him for the first time, it's just proving a little bit tricky to line up and get used to the young man. 2 slips and the leg slip in place into the thigh pad. Bit of a kookaburra field, this, isn't it? With looking to bowl very straight with the leg slip in place, the protection down there on the leg side boundary. But it's certainly starting to swing for Whitehouse, particularly that in-swinger looks like it moves quite proudly and quite late as well. Very full, over-pitched in fact, from Whitehouse, but prepared to give it a chance. Give it a chance to swing. Defended by Ian Holland. Dot ball to finish the over. 93 for 1. The back of that one from Ben Whitehouse.
It will be Ramesh to continue from the David Capel end. It's funny that you mention that about his bowling, because I've seen quite a bit of him for the twos. As you do as commentators, you look through a lot of footage. And the majority of his dismissals have either been LBW or bowled. And it is exactly because of that. It's an action which you don't realise just how much pace he's putting on the ball. And it just skids on. It can cause all sorts of problems.
Yeah, you can see there, can't you? He's almost like runs. He runs through the crease. There's no kind of gather. The run up, or the, however you want to call it, gathers pace as you go through, but there's no big skip. There's no, and I would imagine that probably quite difficult to get your timing right as a batter. As Rishi Patel advances, doshes him down the ground. One bounce four towards the Curo Wealth Lounge here at the county ground. Rishi Patel has seen enough of Nirvan Ramesh to back himself, back his footwork, get himself into a position, didn't overhit it. Ramesh gets the ball back and he's at the end of his mark and he's ready to go again. It's a quick over as well, isn't it? He doesn't hang around. That one wider, shorter in response to that previous shot. Rishi Patel just dead bats it into the offside.
It's a very good player of spin, is Rishi Patel. As you could see there with the footwork, absolutely bang on the money. Putting a little bit of pressure more on Ramesh's shoulders, and there he goes again, trying to just get into the psyche of the 17-year-old. Yeah, I interviewed Rishi a couple of years back now, and what he does over the winter, or what he has done in the past, he's gone over to India, basically to do spin clinics, work on his footwork, work on his timing, work on his approach and his angles against spin.
Oh, top edge. It's going to fall safe. It's gone straight over Lewis McManus, really. It's going to allow Rishi Patel to come back for a second. A full shot, a bit of extra bounce from Nirvan Ramesh. Got Patel into a bit of trouble, but lands well safe of Ben Whitehouse, who finds himself at 45, or on the 45 at the moment. Fortune for Patel. Takes his score up to 39. The Leicestershire total up to 99. So we get a dot ball to finish the over. I think that's fantastic. You know, I know the world is a smaller place than what it ever once was, and we get so much more access to athletes now than what we ever used to get. So we do see more behind the scenes, which I'm a massive, massive fan of. And I think to provide the supporter a look behind the curtain to see what Rishi Patel does overseas. Lewis McManus is another one who's taken himself to India. He's not waited for Northamptonshire to go, well, we're sending a group of batters to India to work on X and Y. He's gone, no, this is what I want to do. He's funded that himself. He's made that happen, similar to Rishi Patel. And I think that's fantastic. You make the running for your career. You make yourself better. You don't wait for somebody else to give you that opportunity. I think it's brilliant.
No, it definitely is. And as you said, I mean, how cricket is at the minute, there's plenty of opportunities to do exactly that. There are specialist spin clinics and camps in India. Of course, it's the same in Sri Lanka as well. Alternatively, Scrimshaw bowls here too. Ian Holland induces the edge, and that will be the end of the Leicestershire captain, George Scrimshaw, on his return to the Northamptonshire Red Bull fold. does get the breakthrough. The Foxes number 3 has to go for just 4 runs. Leicestershire 99 for 2 now here at the start of over number 23.
Back into the attack. Those 3 overs before for Scrimshaw, conceding 23 runs. Time away from the bowling attack. Change of bowling, replacing Ben Whitehouse, strikes straight away. And that innings of Ian Holland that struggled, didn't it? Struggled to get going. There was attempted shots, different shots, trying to get a bit of tempo, bit of timing, ending up going for 4 off 36 deliveries. So Northamptonshire bowled incredibly well to the Leicestershire captain, having been taken to the sword really by Sol Buddinger early on this morning. Leicestershire still in a fantastic position at 99 for 2. Let's not kid ourselves there, but Northants responding well. Picked up that wicket of Buddinger, making Ian Holland work incredibly hard for those 4 runs. Good bit of bowling, good pace from Scrimshaw, and a good tidy catch from Lewis McManus behind the stumps.
Most definitely. And it's funny, actually, I was just about to make the point that, of course, we've spoken there predominantly about spin, but a lot of players now are also going to Australia to work on pace bowling and facing off against electric pace. So, yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it, the opportunities for the modern cricketer to really hone on those certain skill sets and improve not just during a season, but, of course, over the winter as well.
Of course, Lewis Hill in at number 4 for Leicestershire. Joins Rishi Patel in the middle. 2 slips in place for George Scrimshaw, and Lewis Hill not quite ready yet as Scrimshaw was ready himself, but maybe in fact it was Lewis McManus that wasn't quite ready, as there was a change in field there. Just that offside's got a little bit tighter, a little bit more attacking for the hosts. Short ball again, left well alone from Lewis Hill, particularly the spin bowling as well. And I know we're obviously talking here about the purest form of cricket, the red ball cricket, the one the standard, the test of time. And you can talk to your grandparents about players of yesteryear, but with the development, with the growth, the speed at which franchise cricket is building and growing around the world, if you want careers and opportunities and futures in that, to develop a game against spin is going to be so important. Why wouldn't you want to go and play cricket for a couple of weeks and top up your bank account nicely? Shuffle down from Hill. Scrimshaw back of a length, bit of extra bounce. Hill gets off the mark, brings up the 100 for Leicestershire as well. 100 for 2 after 22.4 overs here this morning. As we get into the final half an hour of the morning session here in round 14 of the 2025 County Championship. Nice number of supporters have made their way into the ground this morning. Members over there in the Spencer Lounge. Wendell, of course, is in by the supporters club with the Northamptonshire fan, or flag even, that you can see being waved proudly at the moment. A few taking shelter in the cinch stand under the covers. Certainly wrapped up like it looks like December out there, doesn't it?
It does, and I'll go back to that little chat we had about the Northants coaching staff for Scrimshaw. Bowling here to Patel. Definite inside edge on that one. They have been doing quite a few laps, and all of them in the bobble hats and the big thick coats. It's one of those really strange September days, isn't it? And I think the forecast is safe to say they've got it a little bit wrong here. Certainly not basked in sunshine. It's not a horrible day, though, as we spoke about before. A little bit cloudy. Slightly gloomy, but thankfully no rain in this morning session. And that's really all we can ask for, isn't it, in September? We all know that it's going to be a little bit colder, but as long as the rain stays away, absolutely fine by me.
Yeah, well, that last round of Championship cricket was decimated, wasn't it, by the weather? Were you on commentary that week away from Northamptonshire, or no? So you must have been scrabbling around live streams trying to find some cricket to watch at that point. Your normal 9-game multi-box that you have set up in your living room with your different TVs was just reduced to probably 1 or 2 for a couple of hours here and there. Saved on the electricity bill, though, Aaron, I would imagine. Ramesh continues from the David Caper lens.
Well, it's funny you say that. I went to day 4 of the Warwickshire-Essex game, and it had rained all day the day before, so day 3 was washed out. Rained a little bit on day 4, and the game was called by 12 o'clock. So after that, it was a scramble. It was to basically see, well, hang on, what other cricket is on? Of course, we saw the culmination of that terrific encounter down in South London, though. Nottinghamshire taking a big step forward to that first county championship crown since 2010. They know it's in their hands this week.
Hill, that's another one. Just gets the inside half of the bat on that. Works it behind Harish Buchaki. Short leg. Gets taken out of that position now that Rishi Patel is on strike. Probably in response to Patel's willingness to advance and walk at Ramesh. They've just gone slightly more defensive. He just goes in there at a catching mid-wicket in those wicket ends. Nicely played, nicely fielded off his own bowling on the follow-through. Yeah, I've been impressed. An impressive start from Nirvan Ramesh. My first opportunity to watch him live. It's been enjoyable, I think. Northamptonshire here have got someone that they can get pretty excited about with regards to the future. That's aerial again, into the leg side. Didn't get all of it. Races up to that deep mid-wicket boundary for another 4 for Rishi Patel. He moves into the 40s, 43 now off 69 deliveries for the Leicestershire opener. 7 4s in the innings. Oh, there's that sunshine, Aaron, that we were promised.
That's more like it, isn't it?
Aaron Lehman's got the shorts on. He knew it was happening, didn't he? Swept this time, powerful. Down towards George Scrimshaw at deep square leg for a single. Rishi Patel looks like he's settling in against Nirvan Ramesh now after a bit of a nervy start. Keeps the strike as well. Takes the score up to 106 for 2. Himself on 44, equaling that of Sol Buddinger and Lewis Hill, who stays at the non-strikers end, having faced just 6 deliveries so far in this innings. He's on 2. Yeah, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 15 for Nirvan Ramesh. Scrimshaw, 1 for 24. Off the 4 overs. Rob Keogh in conversation with Ramesh there. It's a lot of experience that Nirvan Ramesh has got to lean on there with Rob Keogh. Short ball, wow, that really went through with pace. Beat Rishi Patel. Did not look comfortable against that at all, did he? Really zipped off the surface there that time from Scrimshaw.
I think that's the exact word that I'd use to describe it. It did zip. It's the first time we've properly seen that today. A lot of the shorter balls have just set up very nicely to be hit on the pull or the hook, but that one had genuine carry on it. So that'll be something that Scrimshaw will certainly take a bit of a fancy to.
Short ball again. Pulled down the ground. There's a fielder underneath it. It's gone. Beaten for pace again. Rishi Patel. George Scrimshaw gets another one. Good catch. At mid-off. Hung in the air for an age. Scrimshaw has got 2 in 2 overs having been dispatched around the ground by Sol Buddinger in those opening three, has come back into the attack, having had a spell away, has picked up 2 wickets in 8 deliveries for Northamptonshire, and Leicestershire now 106 for 3 with 20 minutes to go before the lunch break.
Well, it's one of those spells which I still think in terms of runs scored, you'd say it's Leicestershire's session, but it certainly brought Northamptonshire straight back into it. And it's great to see this from Scrimshaw. As we said, he hadn't played in a first-class match since the game against Derbyshire. That was late July, early August, wasn't it, that game took place? So to see him back here bowling, he looks sharp, he looks fully fit and firing, and 2 big wickets there, 2 crucial wickets, that of Rishi Patel and Ian Holland. So certainly has done the job here for his captain, McManus. Now coming into bat at number 5 for Leicestershire will be Stevie Esenazi, the 31-year-old, of course, formerly of Middlesex County Cricket Club, signed for Leicestershire ahead of the 2026 season, but spending the latter stages of 2025 on loan with the Foxes. Excited to see him in a Leicestershire shirt, someone who has been in and out of Middlesex's red ball side, but when it comes to white ball cricket, Dan, I think we can both agree he's a seriously, seriously talented batting option.
Yeah, I think it's just a great piece of business for everybody. I think it works so well for the player himself. Scrimshaw looking for his 3rd. It's Fuller this time. Esenazi just drops it into the leg side. But opportunity for Stevie Esenazi. I think he'll look at that move and think, well, there's 2 formats that I can play. 3, of course, if he doesn't get drafted in the 100. Whereas he was blocked by others at Middlesex. I think Middlesex probably not happy to see him go, but probably frees up a bit of a wage bill that can be used elsewhere. And for a player that wasn't making it into their first 11 for the red ball cricket, gives them a bit more flexibility with how they want to shape their squad going forward. And for Leicestershire as well, experience. Someone that has played in the first division, somebody that has played in those leagues around the world, somebody that has shared the dressing room with some of the best players as they look to go into Division 1 and establish themselves there. I think Esenazi ticks a lot of boxes for Leicestershire.
Oh, he absolutely does.
2 slips and a short leg in place. That's a big leading edge for Esenazi. Just pops and balloons towards George Bartlett. Falls short of Bartlett at backward point. Certainly something's happened, hasn't it? Something's changed. Aaron, maybe the sunshine that's just popped out through the cloud has just added a bit of life to this surface. Or maybe Northamptonshire just didn't bowl particularly well for that opening hour, which I think could be a contributing factor. Short again, cut away, apologies, by Esenazi. Timed superbly through the offside, gets off the mark. It's off the mark with a boundary. 110 for 3.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot in the end, wasn't it, from Stevie Esenazi? And we go back to that pedigree that he's possessed for Middlesex. Let's not forget that he's their 2nd all-time leading T20 run scorer. So for Leicestershire as a club, who of course have got plenty of T20 pedigree themselves, having already lifted the trophy on 3 separate occasions, I think he'll fit into that side like a glove. He's also a Big Bash winner, of course, in 2022-23 with the Perth Scorchers. So yeah, plenty of experience. As you said, Dan, someone who's rubbed shoulders with many, a great player in this wonderful sport.
Yeah, Northamptonshire got 2 new batters in the crease. 16 minutes to go on the clock. Can they take another one with them? Can they walk away with 4 Leicestershire wickets before lunch? Lewis Hill's faced the 7 deliveries. Esenazi has faced 4. You can see the field as well now, can't you, as well? There's a bit more of a squeeze on from McManus. He's brought fielders back in around the batters. That's into the shin pads of Bucharque. Don't think we'll class that as a drop catch.
Absolutely not.
Chance, though. It was on the full. Hit Bucharque rather than really getting his hands to it. Oh, that's gone as well. It is a bottom edge. What a take that is from Lewis McManus. An attempted sweep from Lewis Hill. It's fired through off the surface from Nirvan Ramesh. A really, really smart piece of keeping from Lewis McManus. The bottom edge into the gloves of the keeper. Now Northamptonshire have got 4 with 15 minutes to go in this morning session. Still with 2 new batters at the crease. This is turning around quite quickly. Are you still saying that you'd still look at this as Leicestershire's session?
I think now with that wicket, I would change my mind. I think this is now becoming Northamptonshire's. At one stage, let's not forget, Leicestershire was 70 without loss. Now 110 for 4. So it's been a pretty pronounced collapse here for the visiting side. And that has been mainly down to the bowling of George Scrimshaw. I think he's been an inspired change from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And Nirvan Ramesh as well, providing plenty of control, discipline and accuracy from the David Capel end. So, I think this has been a terrific show of character from Northamptonshire. And I'm always delighted to see young spinners in the wickets. So, well done as well to Nirvan Ramesh. Certainly having a memorable first couple of months with the Tudor Rose.
Absolutely. Again, I think Lewis Hill there just being beaten for a bit of pace, wasn't he? Just from Ramesh. I can't speak highly enough of that catch by Lewis McManus, though. The bottom edge off the sweep is not going to be an easy piece of work, but he made that look like a catch that he would take every day of the week with his eyes closed.
Here's a question for you. As a member of that wicket keepers union.
The proud union.
Absolutely. Same with the spinners union, of course. So as a keeper, what would you say is more challenging? Catching an under edge like that?
Yeah.
Or standing up to the stumps against pace?
I'd say at this level, the bottom edge, the under edge. Because I think standing up to pace, particularly at professional cricket, you stand a decent chance of knowing that the bowler knows where they're going to put it. You stand up against some seamers in the lower levels, and well, you're kind of at the mercy of anything, aren't you, from some of your teammates in the club cricket circuits. It's a bit of a wide one. Again, though, beats the new batter, Johnny Tattersall. For Leicestershire at number 6.
Who himself is a member of said wicket-keepers union.
It's a good club. Growing as well. I think it's becoming more popular. That's a real change of pace from Nirvan Ramesh. Gave it some huge flight. Took all the pace off of it and made Tattersall wait. And did he? Waited perfectly. Timed it into the offside. Placed it for 2. Gets himself off the mark. First runs in a Leicestershire jersey for Johnny Tattersall, having moved down from Yorkshire. That news broke a couple of weeks ago now, didn't it? That he was moving from Yorkshire to Leicestershire. Have been busy, haven't they? Leicestershire have been very, very busy ahead of this 2026 season. They've added 3, 4 new faces to the setup already. How do you think they've gone as a bit of business, a bit of pre-season business for Leicestershire?
I think they've been very shrewd. I think that's the way that I describe it. Of course, Johnny Tattersall is one of those players who he's just found himself on the fringes at Yorkshire, but he's a fine cricketer. Let's not forget when he did have those chances to really establish himself with the White Rose. He averaged over 40 with the bat in hand as Scrimshaw here bowling to Esenazi. That'll be a dot ball. Of course, last year as well, he captained the side to promotion back to Division 1. So he's someone who I think he needed a change. I think he needed that new environment almost to just allow him to fully express himself, because you look at that Yorkshire side, full strength. You've got Harry Brook, Joe Roots, James Wharton, Will Luxton. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. I think Leicestershire will do him the world of good. And then as for the other acquisitions, Esenazi, we've already spoken about at length. I think he's a terrific pickup. Then you've got Ben Green coming in permanently. Josh Davey, another one. He's got tons of experience in first-class cricket and international cricket for Scotland. And I have saved the biggest name until last, but the marquee signing of Keshav Maharaj for the first 4 months of the 2026 season. I mean, that is a world-class bit of business across formats as well, might I just add.
Extra pace. Nicely played by Esenazi. Played it down, didn't he? Got it down quickly. Races up towards the members for 4, his second boundary of the morning. Takes the score up to 116. Yeah, Ben Green is, well, Leicestershire fans have watched a lot of Ben Green, haven't they, over the last 2 seasons. He spent time there on loan from Somerset in search of first-team opportunities that he was, well, blocked really at Somerset. They've got a plethora of all-rounders that, unfortunately for Ben Green, meant that it didn't work really at his home county. Back on the money for Scrimshaw. And he took the opportunity, didn't he? He went searching for first-team cricket, and he's made that uncomfortable decision to move away from home and move that career to another county. Yeah, he's going to get plenty of those first-team opportunities at Leicestershire, again, across those 3 formats that the county will play in next year. And Maharaj is just box office, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, of a length, nicely timed by Esenazi. It's not going to reach the boundary. Bartlett gives chase on that. Finishes probably about 10 foot inside the boundary right there on the offside. Adds another couple of runs. Scrimshaw settling in on that back of a length plan here in this second spell, the one that he has got reward for. 2 quick wickets for Scrimshaw, Rishi Patel, and then, sorry, Ian Holland, and then Rishi Patel. Consecutive overs. 118 for 4. 8 minutes left on the clock. The sun is well and truly out. So the weather forecast was right all along.
Yep. We owe an apology to the various weather forecasters. They have got this bang on the money now. Around about midday, did say about 12:30. So fair play to them. It is now looking glorious out there. Some wispy white cloud. Sun just peering through over the top here at Wantage Road. And yeah, you can see now conditions definitely improving. And it's getting to the stage now in this morning session where if one final wicket does fall here for Leicestershire, Northamptonshire will certainly fancy their chances heading into that period after lunch.
Over pitch that time from Ramesh. Tattersall not able to navigate it through that offside field, which, as I said, it's just got a little bit tighter now that Ramesh has picked up wicket. 2 new batters at the crease as well. Slip and a short leg in place. That does get the outside edge, and it's wide of Justin Broad. I'll come back for a second. Tattersall very quick between the stumps. Wanted that second run, didn't he? Moves to 4.
I think for Johnny as well, I know it's the end of the season and Leicestershire have already been crowned as the champions, but you want to get off to a good start. You want to make that instant impression to your new club. And he'll be relishing this opportunity to get some runs on the board.
Back of a length. Well fielded just about for James Sales. Good first stop, and then full length flat out on the grass. Just scrambling to try and find the ball, wasn't he, to keep Tattersall on strike, as Rob Keogh just giving him a little bit of a wind up there from mid-off. Looked like a Hull City fan, didn't he, celebrating a win at the football, mauled by the Tigers. Change of angle for Ramesh, coming around the wicket. Inside edge into the pad, maybe to bring Uchake into play. Under the lid there. Short leg. Looks like Safe Save might be getting loose. Just before lunch, maybe see a little bit of Safe Save before the interval. Scrimshaw, that would have been 3 overs for the big fast bowler. You'd think he'd have at least one more in the locker, wouldn't you, before being taken out of the attack. 5 minutes to go. I suppose we could get this one, a Scrimshaw over, and then another one. So maybe he's safe to bowl the last one, but I don't think I'd take Nirvan Ramesh off. Quicker and flatter. Well played. Just wide of Uchake. Keeps the strike, gets a single. 121 for 4. Looks like we are going to get a changes. Yeah, we are. I think we are.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It was misleading. George Scrimshaw was striding with purpose towards the umpire. Safe Save was in conversation with Lewis McManus, and it was took a little while to figure out what the plan was going to be there. But it is going to be Safe Save. Northamptonshire all-rounder takes the jumper off, passes the cap over to the umpire. So he will replace George Scrimshaw from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And 3 overs, 2, no maidens, 2 for 34 for George Scrimshaw. And Safe Save, who has been exceptional with bat in hand this year, gets his first opportunity to make an impact in this fixture with the ball. Someone that I'm sure would love to bowl a little bit more than what he does. I think probably could bowl a little bit more than what he does as well. But the left arm finger spin, Safe Save into the attack and starts on the money.
Yeah, quite like this, to be honest, for Safe Save. We saw it against Glamorgan towards the last stages of the morning and afternoon sessions. He darts in that arm ball with real purpose. And he's just had an unbelievable season, hasn't he? I know we're seeing him with the ball in hand, but he is the leading run scorer in the 2nd division. He's also scored 6 centuries. Just one of those ever reliable figures. And someone who, just to touch upon that point, I absolutely view as an all-rounder. It's a great fielder, wonderful batting option across formats, but I think he's slightly underutilised with his spin. Yes, he's not the same out-and-out spin option as, let's say, a Nirvan Ramesh. But at the same time, just offers something a little bit different with that left-arm orthodox.
The back foot by Tattersall for a single. He's one of those bowlers that just brings the stumps into play, doesn't he? He bowls very straight. He's quite skiddy. Can bowl quite flat if needed to in white ball cricket. Certainly this spell looks like it started nicely for Safe Save. He's a bit of extra flight on it. Certainly the drift as well. You can see it's really drifting through the air. Esenazi drops that one into the leg side. Esenazi looks like he's on his way for lunch. Looks like everybody's on their way for lunch, aren't they? They are. Well, my clock says 12:29, but that's lunch. So we won't get any more cricket in the morning session. Leicestershire won the toss this morning. They elected to have a bat first. It was an excellent start for the visitors, for the champions this summer. Sol Buddinger, 44 off 31 before being trapped LBW by Justin Broad. And at that point there, it had been very much Leicestershire's morning. 70 runs on the board when that first wicket fell. Then 2 quick wickets for George Scrimshaw, that of Ian Holland, the captain, who struggled, 4 off 36. And Rishi Patel mistiming a pull shot, having been beaten for pace the ball before, caught by Ben Whitehouse at mid-off. He was dismissed for 44. And Nirvan Ramesh picking up Lewis Hill for just 2, meaning Northamptonshire take 4 wickets with them in this morning's session. I think after 29 overs of cricket, Aaron, probably fairly even between the two sides.
Yep, absolutely. I'd go as far as to say that that 4th wicket maybe just puts it 55-45 in favour of Northamptonshire. But we saw some wonderful batting from Sol Buddinger, got the game off to an electrifying start. And since then, Scrimshaw, Ramesh, Justin Broad as well have brought it back quite admirably for the home side. So, yeah, I think we're in for a pretty entertaining afternoon session.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us, folks, for the morning. We will go and find some lunch, and we'll see you in about 40 minutes.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee. I cinched it. You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
very warm welcome back to the County Ground Northampton, where we are almost ready to get underway in the afternoon session. Leicestershire resume on 122 for 4 in this, the 30th over. It's Nirvan Ramesh bowls at first to Johnny Tattersall, defensive in his approach. Of course, for Northamptonshire, they'll be looking to build on that impressive stretch towards the end of that opening session. A stretch which saw 4 wickets fall in quick succession. James Sales cuts that one off. Big thank you as well to everybody tuning in via the Northamptonshire live stream. You're listening to the voice of Aaron Viles, and alongside me, as was the case for the morning session, it is of course the excellent Dan Jadzovics. And Dan, it was a good session, wasn't it? Good starts to this game.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch break. I'm sure there's been some good offerings for those that have taken a break away from the stream this afternoon on the lunch break. It's been good. It has been good. It's been good. It was even, wasn't it? I was slightly worried for that opening hour that it was going to be a pretty tough watch for Northamptonshire, but they wrestled themselves back into the game really nicely. George Scrimshaw led that wrestle. The 3 overs he bowled first up, went nearly 8 and over, came back, picked up 2 wickets in consecutive overs. And then I've really enjoyed this spell from Nirvan Ramesh as well, which continues into the afternoon session from the David Capel lens. It's a very, very exciting prospect. One that doesn't look easy to play against, and someone that I think will have a good future here at Northamptonshire. Don't really play with they don't really have a domestic frontline spinner, do they, so to speak, Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh does a lot of that heavy lifting, or has done a lot of it through his career, but he's a genuine all-round cricketer. He will have a role to play with both bat and ball. Yes, they've brought in Yuzvendra Chahal at points to play as that frontline and that primary spinner, but I mean that is a spot that's available really for Northamptonshire, and if Nirvan Ramesh can impress and make it his own, then maybe that overseas spot gets used somewhere else next year, and Ramesh carries the weight of that forward for Northamptonshire. It's obviously very, very early in his career to start comparing him to Yuzvendra Chahal. That certainly wasn't the case, but it's a job that's available for Northamptonshire, and I mean, it's his to take really at the moment, or that's what it feels like based on what I've seen from him so far.
No, I think that's a very valid point, and Northamptonshire as a county, very much a proud lineage of producing domestic spin bowlers from the likes of Graham Swan and Monty Panesar, Graham White in the limited overs formats as well. Certainly a club and a county with plenty of spin pedigree. It won't be spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be Justin Broad coming into bowl here to Johnny Tattersall. Good areas on display there from the German international. Just a very impressive cricketer, I must say, Justin Broad, and it is great for the club to have retained his services until the end of the 2028 season. I imagine that a number of clubs probably would have been looking at that contract situation and going, well, could we try and tempt him? In the end, he will be staying here in the East Midlands. And he's a cricketer who season in, season out continues to improve. He continues to get better. Really turning into a very handy seam bowling option across all 3 formats. And of course, with the bat in hand, we spoke about players and their approach to spin in the morning session. I'd hazard to say that Justin Broad is one of the finest sweepers in the county circuit right now. So we'll see the first run off the bat there of Tattersall in this afternoon session. Down towards deep backward square, and that will now move Leicestershire to 124 for 4. Esenazi just plays that one defensively. Of course, we'll keep you updated as well with all of the action taking place across both divisions in what is the crunch stage of the season, the business end of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Division 2 is pretty much done and dusted with regards to promotion. Division 1, though, still certainly up for grabs at both ends of the table. The only thing that we do know for certain in the top flight is that Worcestershire have unfortunately been relegated. So they will be competing alongside the likes of Northamptonshire and Kent and Gloucestershire and Lancashire in the second division next season. The title very much up for grabs, though. That'll be the end of over number 31. Leicestershire 124 for 4 runs. I know we say it an awful lot, don't we, Dan, with regards to the passage of play after an interval, but feels like this is a pretty big first hour for Leicestershire.
A crucial first hour. Feels like that every hour that we have is crucial, isn't it? The first hour of day 2, well, that'll be crucial. The hour after lunch, that'll be crucial. But you're right, it feels like this is the point of the game that could sway this game significantly either way. But then we saw that in the morning session. You thought that opening first hour went Leicestershire's way, and Northamptonshire came back in a big way, didn't they, to even that session out? So yeah, no hour is more or less crucial than the next one, but I know exactly what you mean. It feels like if either side can get a real stranglehold on this, it will put them in the ascendancy, that is for sure. Whether Leicestershire can bat this hour with the 2 of them, or can Northants break this and then potentially pick up another one.
Nice stop there in the field from George Bartlett. Still a 5-4 field on the onside here for Nirvan Ramesh, so no change of tactic or game plan. That one almost brings in the debutant Avrish Buchake into the mix at short leg. That will be another single to add to the tally. Avrish is no stranger to being under the helmet. Of course, is someone who usually dons the gloves, but McManus as the senior and as the captain of this side, he's taken the gloves for this encounter. I must say I'm really looking forward to seeing his approach. This Northants side being carded down to open the batting alongside Lewis McManus. He's someone who I view as quite a positive cricketer. Talking of positive cricket, Stevie Esenazi takes 1, 2, 3 steps down the track and then just dispatches it all the way down the ground for 4. A lovely shot that from the former Middlesex man. And Leicestershire now 129 for 4. Good option to take, isn't it, against any finger spinner, providing that you reach the right pitch of the delivery.
Why did Nirvan Ramesh duck out the way of that? Esenazi hit it pretty well, and even if Ramesh had stayed kind of on his feet and potentially jumped, it would have been over him anyway. But to have kind of ducked for cover, I mean, we'll never know, but has he missed an opportunity there for a half an opportunity for a caught and bowl? I can understand why the umpire ducked out the way, but the bowler on the follow through there kind of sunk to his knees in evasive action. That was quite strange, actually.
I have to see a replay of it. And it was hit like a tracer bullet by Stevie Esenazi. Justin Broad resumes his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 slips in play for the all-rounder. Right on cue, Stuart van der Merwe in at second slip is brought into the game. Broad conversely to Ramesh, having a 5-4 offside field with those 2 slips, a backward point, covering play and Scrimshaw in at mid-off. Rob Keogh at mid-on, Arlett in at short mid-wicket, a backward square, a deep fine leg in play as well as Tattersall looks to punch that off the back foot. Definitely warmed up a tad as well. Said it before the lunch interval, but looks a little bit chilly and breezy this morning. But since then, the sun continues to burst through the clouds and temperature is rising. Seems like a pretty nice September day for some county cricket. Come on, shorter from Justin Broad and swiveled away by Tattersall down towards the aforementioned Nirvan Ramesh.
Did you say at the start of today's play that Surrey would have needed a maximum point win to have, with Notts then not winning at the same time?
It's a really difficult one. So the gap at the moment is 14 points.
Got you.
So that was essentially if a draw came into play, that Surrey would need a maximum point victory. Justin Broad in here to Esenazi. Played defensively. Something tells me that Surrey aren't looking likely to score 450 by that.
No, I mean, it's going to be slightly challenging to go and get those batting points. They're currently 86 for 6 against Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl. So,
wow.
Yeah, not going particularly well. Kyle Abbott's got 3 of them. James Fuller's got 2, and Washington Sundar as his first as a Hampshire cricketer. So Nottinghamshire fans can start putting the champagne in the fridge, can't they, to celebrate that trophy? It's not done yet, but 6 down for 80 is going to make that quite challenging.
I was just about to say it depends, because we can do a little bit of maths here. So the gap is 14 points. You think there's 24 points available for Surrey in theory. With every single one of those that ticks down, let's say, for example, they get bowled out for 170 and get 0 batting bonus points. The most that they can get from that game is 19 points. So as Nottinghamshire, you only need 5 because you've got more wins on the board, which is the first metric, and you've also got the head-to-head record. So, yeah, unless Warwickshire romp home to an emphatic win, it should be Nottinghamshire who get their hands on the crown, as that one just beats the attempted shot from Tattersall outside the off stump.
Ollie Robinson's got 5. Worcestershire, they're struggling, 96 for 7 after 28 overs at New Road. Somerset doing pretty well. Another different opening pair for Somerset this week. Joshua Thomas and Archie Vaughan opened the batting. Vaughan dismissed, but they're 122 for 1 at Chelmsford against Essex after 32.4 overs. Durham, Yorkshire, that relegation scrap that you spoke about earlier. Durham have lost 3 wickets for 71 against Yorkshire. Middlesex, 145 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan, the other team that's been promoted, 6 down against Lancashire for 129. Beautiful cricket shot by Tattersall. Lets the ball turn into the face of the bat. Middles it through point for 4. Raining at Nottingham. Warwickshire 70 for 1. And then Derbyshire 117 for 1 against Kent at Canterbury.
Well, I suppose it's all eyes on the south coast, isn't it? That one a full toss and dispatched away with disdain by Johnny Tattersall. Doesn't even give it a second look. That will be a thumping 4 to the deep point boundary. Moves the Foxes on to 138 for 4. One more delivery remains in this, the 34th over of proceedings. Of course, for Hampshire as well, that would be big. Every single point at this stage of the season matters. I mean, they really are staring down the barrel. But at the same time, if they were to beat Surrey in that game, well, they will survive. Because neither Durham nor Yorkshire, if it was to be a victory and those two teams drew, would be able to surpass them. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. That's the beauty, isn't it, of live sport. We can theorise, we can put together the hypotheticals. But until the action actually takes place, nobody knows what's going to happen. What we do know for certain, though, here at Wantage Road, is that Justin Broad will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, continuing with that 5-4 split. 2 slips still very much in play in the cordon. That one is full, wide, and driven beautifully by Stevie Esenazi. Another boundary to add to the collection here for the visiting side. That was easy pickings for a man of his quality. Just makes that shot look effortless. No protection out there for Justin Broad. And there was only ever one outcome from that strike. So both of the Leicestershire batters now on 18 runs apiece. Score moves on to 142 for 4. That one down the leg side and just helped along its way. Thumps into the advertising hoardings. Nice back-to-back boundaries here for Esenazi. Broad that time, it's the classic seam bowler's approach. You give one that's full and wide, you try and bring the stumps into play the very next delivery. Just slightly overcorrected as a result. Esenazi had very little to do to turn that away for 4. One bowled straight again, just dropped out towards the space at deep backward. There'll be another single to add to the tally.
It's an interesting experience or proposition, isn't it, for these two? They're both kind of with their new counties. Leicestershire could play this game without pressure. Everything's done, it's wrapped up. We spoke about that this morning. These two are trying to make the name for themselves, aren't they, for their first few opportunities for their new side. Impress the fans, impress the coaches, impress their teammates. So yes, it's all done and dusted, but actually there's a little bit more jeopardy on these two than what there would be for, say, Sol Buddinger, who went out there and, well, just played how Sol Buddinger plays. These two have potentially got a little bit more pressure on them.
The next delivery is left well alone by Tattersall. It's important for these two because, yes, we know that Leicestershire have already wrapped up the division. They will be in Division 1 next season, but as a supporter of any club at any point in the season, when you've got a new player, you want to see them really trying, showing that focus, that resolve, that discipline. Important to make a decent impression. As that one is clipped down the leg side, that will be 4 runs, and that will bring up the 150 for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Meat and drink that for Johnny Tattersall. Someone who possesses quite a strong bottom hand. He's someone who likes to work it away on the onside. In the end, it's quite an expensive over that from Justin Broad. So Leicestershire 151 for 4 upon the conclusion of over number 35. So far, it's been so good for this pair of Foxes newcomers. Tattersall on 22, Esenazi on 23. And now for the first time with Nurv and Ramesh, we will see the chess pieces moving about here at Wantage Road. So Broad remains there in at slip, but Charkey no longer under the helmet at short leg. He's gone to backward point.
Yeah, with Esenazi on strike. We saw it in the when Rishi Patel was there, didn't we, as well? The second that he used his feet, they took short leg out straight away.
That one is expertly placed by Stevie Esenazi. Just runs it away on the late cut down towards the deep third boundary. And that is a silky smooth 4 off the bats of the Leicestershire newcomer. One of those shots where it felt like time almost just stood still and everyone could appreciate it. How does Ramesh respond? That's a pretty decent riposte there from the youngster. Esenazi there, shuffles down the track. Bringing mid on into play. That's a well-ran single. Moves the visitors on to 156 for 4. That will be a dot ball to finish. Tattersall just guiding it along the carpet towards Bacharke. So Leicestershire 156 for 4. And so far, Dan, these two doing a fine job.
Yeah, partnership, well, nearly 50 now between the two of them. I mean, quick time, as you'd expect. It's the 60, 62, 63 balls between Tattersall and Esenazi. So happening quite quickly again, isn't it? Leicestershire, as they started that morning session aggressively, they've started this afternoon one in the same vein. It just makes it a bit more of an interesting watch, doesn't it, with the two of them in the middle, knowing that there is that kind of new club nerves maybe for the pair of them, knowing that this season's done and dusted, knowing that there's no relegation involved, that there's nothing really riding on this game whatsoever, other than personal opportunities, which I think Northamptonshire have looked at in light of the injuries that they've got in the squad at the moment. They've put players out there and not put them in the shop window, but given them an opportunity to showcase their skills and talent ahead of the 2026 season.
Well, that one will squeeze away. There's a chase on here for Bachake. Will he get there? No, he doesn't. The ball wins the foot race, and that will be the 50 partnership between Johnny Tattersall and Stevie Esenazi. Well, we said these two were doing an excellent job. Of course, Tattersall coming in with his side on 110 for 4. The Foxes now 160 for 4. So just providing a little bit of calm and steadiness, an air of stability after what was a slight collapse of 40 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. That's a nice defensive shot as well from Esenazi. We have spoken predominantly as well about Leicestershire with regards to next season, but I think it is also important that we do look a little bit ahead as well with Northamptonshire, because a number of these youngsters will be at the club for the foreseeable. Broad ready to bowl here to Esenazi. Tries the drop and run. Only as far as Ben Whitehouse in a short cover for no runs. So that will be the end of the over. Leicestershire 160 for 4 after 37 overs of play at the county ground. But just to go back onto that initial point about the youngsters, of course, Ramesh and Stuart van der Merwe, both signing rookie contracts. They'll be here for the next 2 seasons. Then you've got Adi Sharma in the mix as well. James Sales is still a youngster. Feels like we talk about him almost like one of the experienced players in this side, but he's 22 years old. It's just he's been playing since a relatively early age. But heading into next season, Dan, as someone who, again, like me, has seen a lot of Northants this season, where are the areas where you think this side could really improve heading into the Red Bull format?
What a fantastic question that is. What a fantastic question that is. Well, obviously the long-term signing of Matt Bretsky is a fantastic piece of business, isn't it, for the county? One of those overseas slots to be filled not only by quality but also by consistency. Someone that's going to be available for a long time, for a lot of the competition. It's not just a blast contract. It's the 3 formats, which is, I think, fantastic. You've seen the success that, say, Lancashire have had this year with the Marcus Harris and players that have then been available for the entire calendar. So I think that's nice. It'll be interesting to see what the other overseas opportunities may be for Northamptonshire, who Darren Lehman might have connections with in Australia, who could be available. I know Ben Sanderson's contract is obviously extended and runs through to 26, but not played as much Red Bull cricket this year as maybe he would have liked. Yes, there's been paternity leave. Yes, there's been a focus on the blast with the success that the Steelbacks have had this year. Is there an opportunity for another seamer to come into the squad? Someone that can provide a bit of depth? Nice shot there by Tattersall, just a paddle sweep off. Safe save for 2. So I think that would be one place that could be an option to strengthen. Maybe add a little bit more competition for places as well, and create a bit of depth and give some of the players that have current contracts a little bit of a drive to get a bit better, which would be good. And then I suppose maybe another experienced batter in the batting lineup. I know, yes, the youth is exciting. It's the future, but they do need a couple of people of experience to lean on, don't they, and learn from. But I couldn't tell you who that player is, or who those players might be or if they are available. Another couple of runs added. Van Ramesh finds himself in the field and back into work. He was potentially hoping for a little bit of a graze there, and he's had to do 2 bits of strenuous fielding straight away. What do you think? Are there gaps that you've identified? Are there players that you think could work well for Northamptonshire?
It's a tough one because we don't have the entire scope of the market at the moment. in terms of we don't know exactly who is out of contract. I mean, some players have been announced by the respective clubs, but for me personally, just to echo that sentiment about the seamers, I think the seam battery needs a little bit more depth. So I think a domestic seam bowler would be perfect for this side. And also just someone for that top order. It's broad here to Esenazi. Plays that one very handsomely down towards Nirvan Ramesh at long leg for one. Because it does feel like at times there's been a lot of chopping and changing. And yesterday, having Bacharke and McManus opening is because of injuries. Vasconcelos rolled out through concussion.
Yep.
Proctor out with a quad injury. But it does feel like the top four at times has been chopped and changed a lot. You've had a lot of stability with Justin Broad and Safe in the middle order. Maybe a top order option. And whether that's domestic or overseas, again, it just depends on who's available in the market, essentially. But I think bringing in someone like Bretsky long-term is a signing of real intent across formats, especially in T20 cricket. I think he's a wonderful option for the Blast. Red ball cricket, no slouch either, as he's shown in South Africa's domestic circuit. But yeah, that'd be it for me. I think a seamer and an experienced top order bat. Those would be my necessities for next season. Of course, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? That is the beauty of the county cricket transfer market. The fact that you never really know what's going to happen. Already been some marquee signings over the course of this season. We haven't even finished and gone into winter yet. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Broad bowls that one. A bit too wide. I will say at the same time, though, I do appreciate the fact that Darren Lehman is very much into developing youth players. I think that's really important as well. Tatsull can't quite beat backward point there. Because two sides who, in my opinion, have done that very well in recent years are Sussex. So Sussex brought through an entire cohort of academy products. And the other side, well, we're seeing them in action today, are Leicestershire. So they brought in the likes of Rayan Ahmed up through the academy ranks. Alex Green is another one. Sam Wood, who we saw in action this time last year at Wantage Road. Invested quite heavily in the young guns. Did the Foxes, has that been taken? It has by McManus, but it's come off the pad as opposed to the bat. So that will be a dot ball to finish. Leicestershire 165 for 4 after 39 overs. But you look at the rebuild that Leicestershire have had, and I say it goes back to 2020. I think it's when Sean Jarvis came in as the chief exec. There's been a method throughout the entirety of it. And yes, they've acquired players from other teams. But at the same time, there's also been quite a heavy focus on bringing up players through the academy. And I think for me, that's something Northamptonshire, maybe in recent seasons, maybe could have done a little bit better. We've seen the emergence of James Sales. But I like what I see from Adi Sharma, Nirvan Ramesh, and Stuart van der Merwe in particular. I think those three are tremendously talented individuals. And unsurprisingly, rewarded with those contracts as a result. Nice bowling here from Safe, who he himself, a product of Northamptonshire's Pathway and Academy, having been previously with Buckinghamshire. And maybe that is another avenue as well, which we've seen teams like Derbyshire, for example, this season do well, is look at the other aspects of the wider cricket pyramid. So not just academy and second 11 cricket, but maybe scouting the national counties, having a look at some of the players at Saka as well. Just branching out that wider net.
And you'd think that the counties that don't have the international cricket would all be operating on a similar kind of playing budget, wouldn't you? You'd without going through accounts and finding out exactly what that would be, but you'd think that they would all operate on a similar kind of number, the likes of the Northants, the Worcestershires, the Derbyshires, the Leicestershires. Not necessarily going to be able to go and compete with the Surrey or a Lancashire or a Nottinghamshire with the international cricket that they get, plus then obviously being given those 100 sides as well. They will have a few more pennies to spend. But you think that the number must be there for a Northants to go and have a look at Saka and see what might be available and kind of bring them over. And plus as well, I mean, I don't really know how much or how expensive a player would be to pay for a salary to bring up from the minor counties. I mean, is that something that you're aware of? Is there kind of a minimum? Obviously, there is a national minimum wage, but is there a minimum annual salary that the PCA would instill on counties? I don't know.
I imagine there is. I just can't quote the exact numbers.
George Scrimshaw back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Well, 2-3 over spells so far has Scrimshaw and concedes a boundary off his first ball of his third spell. First spell was expensive. Second spell, absolutely brilliant. And the third one there, starting back of a length. Bit of width on offer. Tattersall guides it past the diving man at backward point for 4. Score is 169 for 4. So those opening 10 or so overs have just raced along for Leicestershire. The partnership worth over 50 now. That one's gone in front of said man who stumbles and tries to gather his feet and can't. That makes it to the boundary as well, back to back for Tattersall. So an expensive start to this for George Scrimshaw. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34 before this over started. The wickets of Ian Holland and Rishi Patel in his second spell. 2 slips in place, 2 men on the rope, both behind square, one at deep third, the other at fine leg. And that does get the outside edge and brings the man into play at deep third. Cuts it off inside the rope and does prevent a second. There was a misfield, a fumble. For a second, I thought Tattersall was coming back for 2, but settles on the single. Airs on the side of caution, having taken 5 off the over already. Change in field now that Esenazi is on strike, just strengthening that offside. George Bartlett has come across from mid-wicket to extra cover. Guided down to Nirvan Ramesh once more.
I've just taken a look at the score at New Road. So Worcestershire now 120 for 9. The first 5 wickets were taken by Ollie Robinson. The next 4 have all been taken by Jada Vunadkat.
Yeah, not the way that Worcestershire will want to finish their Division 1 campaign on the wrong side of a one-sided affair so far. Although already relegated, what's the motivation there at the end of September? It's so hard to get a read on it, isn't it? Nicely played, nicely fielded in the end. Half stopped and well backed up to prevent a single there on the offside. End of the over, 175 for 4. Tattersall overtaking Esenazi on 35. Esenazi himself on 34. Sport's tough, isn't it? It's tough when the result isn't necessarily important, when it doesn't have an impact on your success or where you want to finish in the league. Yes, there's personal milestones here. There are competitive battles between players, but it's similar to any sport. When you get towards the back end of the season and you know you're not going up or down, or you're not going up one spot or below another spot, it just loses that little bit of an edge, doesn't it, sometimes?
Well, no, I do see your point, but they are all professionals.
Of course.
And the fact is, you've got to go out there and do your job, and you never know. You never know in cricket or any sport when your last game is going to be. So, yes, it doesn't have the same permutations as, let's say, for example, this was a title decider, and whoever wins gets promoted. But at the same time, you're representing two historic clubs who have got plenty of pride associated with them, have produced many a good player over the years. You want to finish off the season in a positive manner. And I say this again across sport, because I've had it a lot in football and ice hockey, funnily enough, as well. But people almost just dismissing the end of the season if you haven't qualified as dead rubbers. And it's like, well, the route to next season starts now. And yes, you won't end with a trophy or promotion in this capacity for Northamptonshire, as Tattersall can't quite find the gap on the onside. But you've got to think those good habits, that good consistency, and those good behaviours start right now. Because conversely, if you go into a game like this, for example, with a bad attitude and you just go, oh, well, season's finished after this, I don't think that sets the right precedent heading into the off-season and the rebuild for 2026. But as I said, I don't think there's any danger, especially with a Darren Lehman side. I think Lehman's standards are absolutely top-notch all the time. So that'll be a single to end the over. Leicestershire 177 for 4 after 42. And you never know. Definitely gone a little bit windier, hasn't it, here at Wantage Road?
Yeah, it's... So that cloud cover's gone now, hasn't it, pretty much above the ground? And what's been replaced is just by a bit of a stiff breeze coming from, what is it, the northeast, I would say. It will be a bit colder. Attempted pull shot there by Tattersall. Nice beaten for lack of pace by George Scrimshaw that time. Big inside edge into the pad, falls safely into the offside. No harm done. Scrimshaw here just not quite finding that same rhythm or pace that he did in that second spell. Just everything felt like it clicked, didn't it, for Scrimshaw in that second spell? The rhythm looked good, the pace at the crease looked good, the ball off the surface looked good and challenging, was able to move it, get that extra bounce. And similar to that, actually, that was quite similar to the delivery that surprised Rishi Patel. That one played more comfortably by Johnny Tattersall, possibly a bit shorter.
Couple of wicket updates for you. Ollie Robinson has taken a 6th, so Worcestershire dismissed for 123 runs at New Road by Sussex. And there has been a 7th wicket to fall in the game between Surrey and Hampshire. Tom Laws caught and bowled by Liam Dawson.
Nicely played. Off the back foot, punched through point. Tattersall adds another 2. So a few games then, Aaron, moving pretty quickly along in this final round of Championship cricket.
Definitely. There are. Durham, though, have done well after an early, well, shaky start, really, to proceedings. I mean, they were 8 for 2 within the opening few overs, now 91 for 3 against fellow relegation-threatened side Yorkshire. Somerset now 2 down as well in Chelmsford. Tattersall scampers through for the single. Josh Thomas out for 86. Oh, that's unfortunate. Would have been nice to see the youngster reach 3 figures. As for the other games as well, Derbyshire going very nicely down in Canterbury. They're 154 for 1 after 42 overs, so I imagine Mickey Arthur will be very happy with that. Glamorgan are 150 for 7 after 40 overs against Lancashire.
Oh, big leading edge. That time from Esenazi. Scrimshaw threw his head back in disdain, didn't he? But straight along the floor. No fielder nearby, but straight to Nirvan Ramesh. Down at the deep 3rd boundary. Keeps it down to a single. Tattersall back on strike. He's on 39 now. Scrimshaw finishes the over on the money. Didn't look entirely pleased with that over, did he? The way that he threw his head back at the end and tossed the ball to Ben Whitehouse and makes quick progress down to the boundary where his jumper and cap is stationed on the outfield floor. 181 for 4 after 43 overs. Just a reminder, Ian Holland and Leicestershire won the toss, elected to have a bat first this morning. Save Zabe. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7 so far for the slow left arm all-rounder, bowling from the David Capel end. He's got Esenazi on strike, who hits that powerfully and, well, no other way to describe it, but a misfield by Arish Sharkey at backward point. Just as the ball came off the end, or the wicket end, very clean into the hand, did it for the youngster. Esenazi takes the single, gets down the non-striker's end, plays that shot well. A few times he's played that, he's timed it incredibly well down through the offside. So slogged through the leg side. Loaded up for that. No other word than a slog by Tattersall. It was a one-handed attempt at mid-wicket. Parried over the bar. Is it Van der Merwe? Is it Van der Merwe or Whitehouse at mid-wicket? Got a hand to it. Couldn't get enough of it to take the catch. Lands behind him at mid-wicket. Tattersall, quick single taken. It's off strike. Second drop catch of the day for Northamptonshire. That would have been spectacular. No other word than spectacular would have been suffice to have described that. just didn't really look like he was ready for it. Didn't look like he was in a position to catch it. Maybe felt that the ball wasn't coming his way, but it was quite similar to the Nirvan Ramesh kind of duck for the court and bowled. It just looked a bit strange. It didn't look like cricket, if that makes sense. The anticipation wasn't there, I didn't feel. Almost moved when the ball got there rather than moving in anticipation for it. But 44 overs done, 185 for 4. Scrimshaw continues, starting his 3rd over of the spell. The 2 before that, conceding 14. He's 2 for 48 off 8 overs. Or am I being too harsh on that one?
I can see your point, to be honest. It's just, it would have been a difficult catch, wouldn't it? It's one of those which, in hindsight, maybe just meeting the ball a little bit quicker, being slightly more fleet-footed, could have produced a better opportunity, but it's been and gone now as that one is pulled in front of square by Johnny Tattersall. Thinks about taking a second, but wisely turns it down. James Sales hurtled towards that in a flash.
Early on it again, wasn't he, Tattersall? He's just checking the toe of his cricket back there. I think if he'd have got anywhere near the middle of that, that would have beaten James Sales down towards deep mid-wicket on the short leg side this week. Short ball through the offside. Attempted, or a big dive in. Great bit of fielding down on the boundary to keep it down to 2. That's Nirvan Ramesh, who's been busy down at deep 3rd. Covers good ground. Still the 2 slips for George Scrimshaw. Encouragement out there as well. You can hear through the effects mic. Esenazi 39 now. That one will be 4, I think. Yeah. Despite the best efforts of Ramesh down there at deep 3rd, Esenazi gets it fine. Beats the fielder at 2nd slip. And runs all the way for 4. So he moves into the 40s, both on 43. Esenazi and Tattersall.
And both doing an excellent job. Just rebuilding here for the Foxes. Partnership stands at 82 between these pair. We also do have another wicket update from the South Coast. Sorry, 115 for 8. James Fuller has dismissed Dan Lawrence. So defending champions already firmly into the tail. Scrimshaw bowls a Yorker length delivery. That is a beautiful looking shot from Stevie Esenazi. Ben Whitehouse, the man in pursuit, and restricts it to 2 runs. So the visitors now 194 for 4. So let's just take that in isolation. Let's say that Surrey don't get 250 on the board. Nottinghamshire know that if they get 6 points in that fixture, they are guaranteed to be the champions, providing that they don't lose against Warwickshire. That one played very nicely, just dabbed down towards deep 3rd.
It played nicely. I think that might have come off the fingertip of Esenazi. He's just taken the hand off the bat handle there, isn't he, and wrung his hands. It might have just trapped it between ball and handle.
It does feel like a year of first, doesn't it, really? Or a year of maybe trophy droughts ending. Already mentioned it, but Leicestershire back in Division 1 for the first time in 22 years. Glamorgan, 20 years since they were last in the top flight. Let's not forget as well, the other weekend. Worcestershire winning the Metro Bank One Day Cup, first list day trophy since 1994. So that was a moment 31 years in the making. Should Nottinghamshire get those final few points, that'll be a first title in 15 years.
Save, continuing from the David Capel end. Esenazi continuing in the way that he started. Fielder out at, well, 2 sweepers on the off and leg side for save. Let's get a little bit of grip off that surface. It's not extravagant turn, is it, that we've seen this morning, which you wouldn't expect from Ramesh or Zabe, but there is just a little bit of purchase out there for the both of them.
I do think we'll continue to see them both operating from the David Capel end as well. As you said, it's not pronounced turn by any means, but it's just enough to keep them interested.
It's a maiden for save. The other thing as well that they've both done is they've offered control for Lewis McManus, haven't they? They've not been hit all around the park. Zabe has conceded, what, 11 runs from his 6 overs. Ramesh, 39 from 10. So economic in comparison to a couple of the seamers. Otherwise, I dare say we might have seen a little bit more of Whitehouse and Scrimshaw than what we have had in this morning's session, although Scrimshaw is going to get a 4th in this spell. 9 overs, 2 for 58. No Liam Guthrie this week either for Northamptonshire. It's another name that we've not really mentioned that isn't available. I don't know what the reasoning is there, but I can imagine it's an injury or rest at the end of the long summer for the Australian. 95 for 4. One whipped on offer from Scrimshaw. Tattersall again checking the toe of that cricket bat where he was just early on it once more. Surprise! I wonder if Rob Keogh feeling a bit stiff at the end of the year as well to have gone to Ramesh and Zabe before Rob Keogh. Maybe there was has he been under bowled during the last couple of rounds for Northamptonshire or bowling at kind of full capacity as Rob?
Well, he didn't play against Glamorgan. So the last time that he would have played here would have been against Derbyshire. So that one is hung out wide again, and it's played very correctly in the end by Johnny Tattersall. Races away to the boundary. It moves him on to 47. It's almost like this race between the two to who can get their 50 first, but it's making for some very good viewing if you are of a Leicestershire persuasion. Fox is now 199 for 4.
Yeah, partnership up to 89 as well. 89 off just 126 deliveries for Tattersall and Esenazi. So certainly a partnership that's given Leicestershire supporters something to lick their lips over ahead of the 2026 season, and the two of these batting together in the middle order. I suppose the difficulty Leicestershire will have with the management, the captaincy, is trying to keep everybody happy. And and giving them the opportunities that they want and getting time out in the middle, because they'll be blessed with options.
It will be fiercely competitive in that Leicestershire side. Just touch upon Rob Keogh's bowling in a little bit more detail after this ball. Tattersall plays it defensively. So, yeah, going back onto that point. So he wouldn't have bowled here in the Championship since that Derbyshire game in late July, but he did bowl a little bit last week against Gloucestershire. So he finished with figures of 1 for 27 from 3 overs, which is expensive. That's 9 runs and over in a first-class game, but they were the only overs that he bowled, actually. So I imagine in this game we'll see predominantly Nirvana Ramesh and Safe operating as the spinners.
Dot ball to finish the over. Again, not looking entirely happy. George Scrimshaw. It's well fielded at point. Into the over then. 199 for 4. After 47 overs. Esenazi on 46. He'll be on strike. And Johnny Tattersall, the non-strikers end on 47. And speaking of Rob Keogh bowling and whether he might have a stiff back or anything like that, he is... That can't be Rob Keogh at deep cover, is it? Anyway, it's Zabe continuing. It is Rob Keogh at deep cover, which I don't think I've ever seen Rob Keogh field anywhere other than mid-on in a Championship game, which is why I stopped and I thought somebody might have just robbed his jumper or anything like that as to how he ended up down there. But the point I was going to make before I doubted my ability to pick out Rob Keogh's silhouette from 100 yards is the fact that he is getting loose. And he is a very, very efficient warmer-upper. Is that right? Some grammatic, there's some grammar there. Anyway, he doesn't warm up unless he's about to bowl, and he is going through those warm-ups now. Maybe even see a bit of spin from both ends. He does enjoy bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bowl in tandem with Safe, potentially. Justin Broad has bowled, has he bowled 13 overs? Yeah, Whitehouse 8, Scrimshaw now 10. Quicker and flatter from Zabe, and it played out to that man, Rob Keogh. For a single, and brings up the 200 for Leicestershire. 200 for 4 after 47.5 overs. And it's Esenazi and Tattersall both on 47 with a 90-run partnership between them. It's a dot ball to finish. So 204 after 48. Rob Keogh's warm-up continues. Looks like George Scrimshaw's work is done for the moment. And it's going to be Ben Whitehouse replacing George Scrimshaw at the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's taken the jumper off. He's in conversation there with Lewis McManus. So he will start his third spell of the day. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 39. Certainly that second spell from this end was better, wasn't it, than the opening one with the new ball. Two slips in place. The eagerness of Ben Whitehouse looking to start this spell again ends up with a bit of a full start. Has to go back to the end of his mark. Esenazi's on strike. Esenazi plays that through the offside. It will race across the square and it will bring up 50 for Leicestershire's new man. Stevie Esenazi raises the bat to the dressing room, and the supporters that have made their way into the ground on day one here at Northampton and converts his start to a 50.
First 50 for Leicestershire for Stevie Esenazi. Something tells me it won't be his last. Building on those scores of 34 and 22 against Gloucestershire and Kent respectively. So well batted, Stevie Esenazi has done a tip-top job of just keeping things steady. How many times you see teams are 110, 120 for 4 and they get bundled out for 175 or under 200. No danger of that here for Leicestershire. They're on 204 for 4. Still got plenty of batting left in the shed as well. Forms of Ben Cox and Liam Travaskis, Logan Van Beek, Chris Wright as well. Imagine he'll want to finish his career with some runs.
Through the offside again. Not timed quite as well as the shot off the opening ball of the over. Having to come back for a 2 though, as he finds the gap nicely between backward point and extra cover. Well, you mentioned at lunchtime when we started this session, you said this hour after lunch, crucial, a crucial first hour after lunch. And well, that's certainly gone Leicestershire's way, hasn't it? Without needing to provide much explanation as to why. It's been superb by both Esenazi and Tattersall. Left alone again. The partnership between the two of them nearing 100 as well.
Just looking at Rob Keogh, he's definitely warming up more thoroughly, isn't he? Just see him going through the paces there at mid-on.
Into the body, into the hip. Eyes on the umpire. It's going to come off the bat. So it can be another run for Esenazi. Moves to 54. Takes the partnership up to 97 as well. Tattersall, one hit away from 50 here for Leicestershire as well. Currently 47 off 76. 6 fours in the innings as well. One delivery left of Ben Whitehouse is over. It's a Yorker, I think would be described as an accidental one. And it's a dot ball to end. So he's 9 overs, none for 46. Leicestershire are 207 for 4 off 49 overs.
Just to give a little bit of context as well behind this knock from Johnny Tattersall, he hasn't batted in a first 11 game since the 19th of May. So this has been a long time coming with regards to getting an opportunity to play first 11 cricket again. Played plenty of twos cricket for both Yorkshire and Leicestershire earlier on in September. This is so good to see. It really is a talented bat. And right on cue, Dan, after all of those warm-ups, it will be Rob Keogh from the David Capel ends. So we'll see a few more right arm off breaks from Mr. Northamptonshire. An immensely popular figure, not just here at Wantage Road, but across the county and across the circuit, really. Someone who has given so much to this club and takes tremendous pride in wearing the Tudor rose.
Yeah, the news of the contract extension for Rob Keogh was very warmly received, wasn't it, for Northamptonshire supporters? Comes into the attack, replacing Safe Save. Safe Save is 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. Bowled economically without necessarily creating an abundance of chances. That's probably going to be another couple of runs, is it, for Esenazi? No, he elects to settle on the single. So Tattersall back on strike now. 207 for 4. Oh, that's out, is it? It is. He gets the outside edge. It must have been an absolute tickle of the outside of Johnny Tattersall's cricket bat. He doesn't make 50. Rob Keogh comes into the attack, replaces Save and breaks this partnership before it reaches 100. Tattersall goes for a very well-made 47, and Rob Keogh strikes immediately for Northamptonshire.
What an inspired change of bowling that was from Lewis McManus. And in the end, well, it took a couple of bobbles, didn't it? First off McManus's gloves, and then as Justin Broad tried to corral it under control. But in the end, that is the breakthrough that Leicestershire didn't want, of course, to happen to them, and that Northamptonshire were desperately craving. So the Foxes now 208 for 5. I mean, what a partnership that's been, though. 98 runs between Tattersall and Esenazi. We believe that will now bring Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper bats, into the middle. I do feel a little bit there for Johnny Tattersall. He's done a good job there for his 47. As we mentioned, not played any first 11 cricket since the 19th of May during that game between Surrey and Yorkshire at the Oval. So I think he can take quite a bit of confidence from that innings. And indeed it is the number 7 of Ben Cox, the former Worcestershire man who enters the crease. One of my favourite keepers in county cricket, I must say, is Ben Cox. I think in terms of wicket-keeping technique, certainly one of the finest that you can see in the modern county game. Always enjoy watching John Simpson as well. I think those two, for me, when it comes to just solid, reliable, dependable county cricketers who are outstanding with the gloves, they always just immediately spring to mind. Michael Burgess was another one before he retired. And this is interesting. I think Arish Bachake is signalling for the helmet to be brought on. Indeed he is.
Just a slight delay. Yeah, it looked like quite a late decision, didn't it, for McManus there and Rob Keogh to bring short leg into place. At least I think he's going to short leg. No, he is going to short leg. He's not got the thin shin pads either. I thought he put the helmet on and was running out towards deep mid-wicket there for a moment, but making his way into short leg, he will just take a little bit of time here to put those shin pads on before we complete this over. There's 2 balls left in it. It's 208 for 5. It was very much Leicestershire's first hour this morning. Leicestershire's first hour this afternoon. Northants wrestled back, didn't they? In the second hour, are we likely, or could we see a similar event here? New man in. Partnership broken. Northants back on the attack. Keogh then to round out his first over. Successful. 1 for 1 off 5 balls. And continues 1 for 1 off 6 as Ben Cox defends back to the bowler after 50 overs. There's a round of applause for Rob Keogh, and the score is 208 for 5.
Yep, excellent first over that, wasn't it, from the ever-reliable Rob Keogh. Just looking around the grounds, Glamorgan still 7 down. Derbyshire have now lost the second in their game against Kent at the Spitfire ground in Canterbury. Harry Kane, the latest man to go for 35 from 90 deliveries. And as for that huge encounter between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, Nottinghamshire vying for their first championship title since 2010, while Mohammed Abbas has just got Rob Yates out. So Warwickshire 78 for 2 as Whitehouse bangs that one in slightly back of a length. Will Young going nicely there for the Bear and Ragged staff on 43. As for the game at the other end of the Division 1 table, well, Durham scrapping with absolutely everything they've got. They are now 144 for 3 after 45 overs at Headingley. David Bedingham on 55. Will Rhodes on 48. As Esenazi goes for the big, expansive cover drive. Doesn't get any bat on that one. Can Whitehouse get the big wicket of Esenazi here? But Leicestershire on the back foot. Well, that one a full toss. Drilled back down to Scrimshaw for no run. And both myself and Dan will keep you as best updated as we possibly can as we enter these closing stages of the 2025 season. And what a summer it has been. Esenazi this time drives that one scintillatingly square. Chase on for 2 Northamptonshire fielders. It's one which the ball was always going to win. Fox is now 212 for 5 here in the 51st over. Stevie Esenazi moves on to 59. That next delivery is a nice riposte from the 22-year-old Whitehouse. For those who maybe haven't seen Ben before and don't know his story, he's a product of Bracebridge Heath up in Lincolnshire. Still plays for the club. Proud member of that side. Attended Reed School down in Cobham. Now a student. At Loughborough University. So that one goes out towards backwards square. Someone who, funny enough, actually trained a lot with Leicestershire last season. So in 2024, spent time in and around the Foxes squad. Didn't quite do enough to earn a contract, though. In 2025, started playing for the Northants twos, and the rest, as they say, is history. Signed that month-long rookie contract for the One Day Cup. He's been given this opportunity to play a few championship matches towards the end of the season. Will also be heading out to Australia over the winter to play for Darley Cricket Club in Victoria's grade system. So he'll be desperate here. Just finish off the season well. Leicestershire move on to 213 for 5 after 51 overs. And Esenazi on the reverse, a regal-looking shot. And that one is gathering plenty of pace. It won't be cut off towards the Briggs and Forrester stand. And that is another boundary off the willow of Stevie Esenazi. He moves on to 62. Leicestershire 215 for 5. A real aesthetically pleasing shot, that, wasn't it, Dan?
Absolutely beautiful. He's been in such good form, hasn't he? Showing, as I said earlier, what Leicestershire have got to look forward to, and also, I guess, showing his current employers what they've missed out on, I suppose. The Middlesex, they've chopped and changed, haven't they? They've changed coaches midway through the year. There's Joe Cracknell, for example, that was scoring hatfuls of runs in the second 11 and not given an opportunity, then comes into the first team and scores a bucket load. So yeah, what Middlesex's loss here with Esenazi is certainly Leicestershire's gain.
There is plenty of competition, isn't there, in that Middlesex batting unit? Keogh gives that plenty of flight, just evades that man in at short mid-wicket. So it will be another single for Esenazi. In recent seasons, with them picking up Leicester Ploy from Derbyshire, Ben Gedders from London rival Surrey as well, and with the emergence of players like Joe Cracknell, Jack Davis as well, there was lots of competition in that Red Bull side. And at a point, as a professional athlete, you've just got to go, well, can I maximise my playing opportunities? And it is a massive signing, I think, for Leicestershire. It's great to see him in Red Bull cricket as the Foxes, 218 for 5 after 52, but his T20 pedigree is absolutely exceptional. This is a man who's won the Big Bash. He's Middlesex's second all-time leading T20 run scorer. He's someone who season in, season out, even though Middlesex haven't necessarily had the success that they would have hoped for in that South group, he's always up there. Always scores those quick fire 50s or those big 80-plus scores. I mean, really is a terrific signing, I think, for the white ball outfit.
Yeah, the other thing as well, which is testament to Esenazi as a cricketer, everybody likes to feel warm and fuzzy when people prioritise red ball cricket. You've just spoken about his white ball credentials. What's 31 years old?
Yep.
He could look at that and go, do you know, I'll play in the Blast, get a 100 contract, then I'll make myself available for the T10s and this T10 league and this T20 league. And really cash in on those kind of final few years, but he still wants to go and play red ball cricket and has an opportunity to go and play first-class cricket in Division 1 next year as well, which I'm sure was an extra cherry on top of the cake when he was thinking about and talking about that move from Lords up to Leicester earlier this year.
Well, it definitely is. Huge bonus, but it's one which has been richly deserved, and we could talk about this throughout the rest of the game, really, just how brilliant Leicestershire have been in Division 2 this summer. Cox is resolute in his defence. I mean, they just got off to a good start and kept it up, and they have been the front runners, and they haven't really slowed down at any point this season. Yes, they had a little bit of a hiccup towards the middle stage. T20 campaign didn't quite go to plan either, but what an achievement it is for this group. And for the club as a whole. We saw the scenes when they were confirmed as the champions and all those people at Grace Road, when a generation of Leicestershire fans have waited for this moment. 22 years is an awful long time. So no, I think that a lot of people up and down the country, regardless of their county allegiance, really are delighted for Leicestershire. Oh, that one very full. Big full toss there from Ben Whitehouse. I think it may have just caught Ben Cox by a little bit of surprise there.
Yeah, Cox just inquiring with the umpire at square leg with regards to the height of it. It brought about an apology from Ben Whitehouse, didn't it? But I don't think it was... It wasn't the delivery that he wanted to bowl, but it wasn't kind of dangerous, I wouldn't have said, by any stretch.
Oh, that one, another full toss, and that one has been helped along its way for 4 runs there by Ben Cox. His first runs off the bat, and the radar just not there for Ben Whitehouse on those final couple of deliveries. So, Leicestershire now move on to 223 for 5. The Northamptonshire coaching staff just make their way around the boundary beneath us. Darren Lehman there, along with Graham White.
There's a few coaches getting their steps in, isn't there, before the end of the summer. before all the cricketers go off into hibernation until next spring. No, to be fair, there's not much of a gap now, is there, between the end of the season and the start of winter training? I think they'll get 6 or so weeks off, I think, from the end of one to the start of the next. And those, of course, that may be heading off to Australia for contracts with club sides, or, as I mentioned, one of those, well, a plethora of franchise leagues around the world. Esenazi going through the repertoire of shots that he has available now.
Plenty of flight on that one from Keogh, and drilled down to mid-on for 1 run. That's something which I think has characterised Esenazi's batting as well today. Been very positive with the running between the wickets. I thought that both he and Tattersall did that very nicely indeed. That next delivery dug out by Ben Cox for no run. Just looking in the YouTube live stream, John Page, new to this streaming service, living in Canada. Goodness me.
A bit of T10 cricket in Canada coming up, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Is it the Super 60 or something like that?
Possibly, yeah. Quite a creative name, isn't it?
There used to be the GT20 with Vancouver and Toronto, Edmonton as well. Do let us know where you're watching on from, John. Although he is from Leicester originally. And with the time zones, can watch the afternoon play while eating his breakfast. Would love to know what the weather's like in Canada as well at the minute. Please do let us know, and anybody else tuning in, please feel free to let us know where you're enjoying the afternoon session from. As Leicestershire move on to 224 for 5 from 54 overs. Will be Esenazi on strike. He's on 67. Ben Cox, the former Worcestershire man, is on 4. It will be Ben Whitehouse with ball in hand from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 slips in play. Esenazi more than up to the challenge from that delivery. And this is something actually, Dan, I spoke about on quite a few occasions actually over the course of the One Day Cup and the previous game against Glamorgan. But in red ball cricket, it's so important, isn't it, to build your game around a solid defence. And the example I used was a former Northamptonshire man. It's Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett has got a very solid defence. And then the rest of his game is built around that. And I always think that we see the best of Ben Duckett when an early delivery just thunders into the middle of that defensive shot, and then he plays a late cut, or he plays a nice square drive, or a cover drive. I just think it's so important for any batter, young or old. You've got to build your game in red ball cricket around that solid defence. So that one is dug out very nicely by Esenazi. Spins away down towards young Arush Bachake. That will just be single. What are your thoughts on that school of thinking?
I can't disagree with you. Can't disagree with you. I think, yeah, if you want any kind of career or long-term future, if you don't have a good defence in place, you're going to get found out quite quickly, aren't you?
Well, that one has been driven very crisply through extra cover. Should be scooped up in the end, but will it be 3 runs between Cox and Esenazi? Indeed it will be. George Scrimshaw, the man doing the mopping up there. Moves Leicestershire on to 228 for 5. It is funny though, because I speak to a lot of coaches, And even though in the modern game we see the ramp shots, the scoops, the switch hits, every single one of them, without fail, always says you've got to build off a foundation of defence. So even in the modern era, where it feels like batters have got 50 different shots against any delivery, it's funny how the school of thinking is still very much rooted in the fact that attack comes from defence.
That's a beautifully timed cricket shot by Esenazi through mid-wicket. It was too straight. It was over-pitched by Whitehouse. Esenazi, who is finding the middle of the bat more often than not, just leans on it and it races down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. James Sale's kind of been more than about 20 yards away from that at the starting point, beat him by 10 yards still to go. It flew, didn't it? I think the whole defense thing, I think it's as close as it's ever been to building your game on attack, if that makes sense. It's as close as it's ever been. And you wonder as well whether you almost end up with two schools of cricketers going forward. Ones that want to play red ball cricket, ones that want to build that defense and build their game surrounding it, and others that look to the bright lights. And necessarily test cricket might not be on their radar, but the T20s, the T10s could be. Maybe. Don't know.
The reaction there of Buddinger and McManus tells you everything you need to know about that. Just about dug out in the end by Ben Cox. Been a good start to his spell, though, this from Rob Keogh. Keeping it nice and tight and metronomic with his line here. Here's the veteran. So the next one is defended. Safe Zabe doing the Pilates down there. It's wideish mid-on. Well, that's a more authoritative shot from Ben Cox. It's been half stopped. This will be at least 2 runs, should be 3. Ben Cox is a greyhound between the wickets. There is another crystal clear example of that positive running between the wickets that Leicestershire have showcased all season long. So Esenazi is on 72. Ben Cox, after that shot, moves on to 7. That finishes off with a dot ball. So Leicestershire 232 for 5.
Partnership already worth, what, 25? Between the two of them, we're going to get spin from both ends as well. Aaron. Safe Zabe replacing Ben Whitehouse, who finishes with figures there of 12 overs, no maidens, none for 64.
We have got an update from the South Coast.
Surrey are all out.
Yep.
Are they?
For 147.
Oh dear.
So Nottinghamshire now, well, they've got at least one hand, if not 1.5 hands on that county championship trophy. Also just a score correction here at Wantage Road. Leicestershire 235 for 5. Scoreboard was slightly slow to update then as Zabe bowls here. It's the short one. Pulled away. Has it been caught by Sales? Well, it was, but he's had to bring it back into play. Great fielding out there from the 22-year-old. one of those where his momentum probably would have taken him across the rope. He's the shorter side on the leg side. And in the end, well, depending on your view, he's either saved 3 or 5 runs there. So that next cut shot just evades the dive of the fielder at backward point.
It's amazing. Let's not discredit what James Sales has just done, but it is amazing how normal that looks now. Just that bit of fielding there from James Sales. As Northants, we see another misfield on the square. Just bought about 3 claps of the hand from Safe Save in recognition of that piece of work. Nobody in the crowd reacted. There might have been a gentle applause behind James Sales, but it's just normal now. That's just the game, isn't it? 10 years ago, that would have absolutely flabbergasted everybody. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal to do that bit of fielding, have the presence of mind to know where he was with regards to the boundary rope. Knew that the momentum of that delivery would have taken him over had he have got his balance back. Got rid of the ball in a split second to keep it in play is absolutely superb. But it's just like, well, it's just cricket now, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's it. It's like the long barrier.
Yeah. It is. It's funny how normalised it's become. As that will be a dot ball to round out the over. Leicestershire 238 for 5.
It's my commentary pet peeve. I don't have many. My commentary pet peeve is when somebody plays a reverse sweep and the commentator goes, oh, it's inventive. It's not, is it? It's like going to home base and buying a light bulb and coming back going, oh, I've invented a light bulb. No. That's been around for a while now.
I think it depends on the cricketer.
I don't think it does.
I think it does. I think if it's someone who doesn't often go for a reverse sweep, I think it's valid.
No, that's completely wrong. If the village hasn't got electricity and then all of a sudden somebody brings a light bulb back, they haven't invented the light bulb, have they?
How would you prefer it to be coined then? As Rob Keogh. Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW. Umpire not interested at all. What do you say then? Enterprising?
Yeah.
Creative?
Yeah, we could go for creative. We could go for creative.
Oh, that one has just slammed into Pachake's helmet. Nice touch there from Ben Cox as well, straight away to just check that he's okay.
He was fortunate in a way there, Ben Cox, wasn't he? Because that must have hit Vichake on the badge. And that's ballooned up, fortunately for Cox, into essentially the middle of the cut strip. If that had gone in either direction, obviously McManus was there, Broad was there, Keogh would have been on the end of his follow through, had another teammate just behind him at mid-wicket. Bit of fortune for Ben Cox. Vichake looks okay. We will go through the standard concussion protocol. It was a heavy hit, wasn't it?
He
I wouldn't be
rifled
surprised if Vichake needs a little bit of a sit down. And the other thing as well, may be good to continue now, but I'm sure we'll get another test at T as well to make sure that there's no delayed onset of concussion. But yeah, that was timed incredibly well and hit Arush very, very hard in the helmet.
He does seem to be okay though, and that is the main thing. Straight away, just put his hand up and almost out of reassurance to both Justin Broad and to Ben Cox. Completely accidental, of course. There's no intention there from Cox. He's just timed it probably too well on that occasion. So there will just be a slight pause in the action. Vichake puts the lid back on.
Was this could be my ignorance, but was there a regulation in place at a time in the not too distant past that if you got hit in the helmet,
A
the
replacement helmet.
had to be replaced.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe the technology has changed now in those products that mean that isn't the case, but the speed at which that hit the helmet, I'm quite surprised that that's not been replaced. But punch your gloves between Cox and Buchake there, just to apologise and recognise the fact that that wasn't a particularly nice thing to see.
So Keogh it is then. Oh, it goes up for another LBW shouts. Vociferous in the appeal. Umpire once again not interested by that shout. No, he's a nice individual, is Ben Cox. One of those who I do think embodies the spirit of the game. It was like that at Worcestershire as well. And that embodies a shot of a very, very talented cricketer. Just rocks onto the back foot and guides it away effortlessly. Cracking shot that from the Foxes keeper. And Leicestershire now 242 for 5. Glorious in the execution there. On that one, whiskers away from the outside edge. Good take in the end by McManus.
It's never a convincing sign from a wicketkeeper when you appeal for a caught behind and then whip the bails off at the same time, is it?
Cox this time goes for the reverse sweep. We won't call it inventive. And that will be a dot ball to round
You
out
must
the
know
over.
what I mean, though.
I do.
You must hear it sometimes, and you think, "Is it still?" But it's still a fantastic cricket shot. Let's not kid ourselves there. And takes an awful lot of skill to be able to play it. But
well, either way, that is a dot ball then to finish the over. Leicestershire 242 for 5 as Safe Saib gets ready to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Esenazi looks to drive that one square. So the next one squeezes off the inside edge. Out towards Nirvan Ramesh. Will be another dot ball. Definite ploy here from Safe just to bring those stumps into play. Not providing too much width to Esenazi. Case in point being that last delivery, keeping it nice and laser tight. Once more, he can't penetrate that gap on the offside. Stuart van der Merwe is there in at short cover. That is the end of the over. The visitors 242 for 5. And it will be a continuation of spin from both ends. Keogh immediately takes the cap off. Hands it over to the umpire along with the overshirt.
few changes in the scores around Division 2. Kent have picked up another wicket. Derbyshire 220 for 2 now. Gloucestershire have got 4 Middlesex wickets at Lords. One of the players as part of the, well, unfortunate and peculiar from an outside perspective exodus of Gloucestershire, Ajit Singh Dale has got all 4 wickets for Gloucestershire. And then Glamorgan, a little bit of a recovery, 220 for 7 against Lancashire at Cardiff.
I mean, this is terrific tandem bowling, isn't it, between Safe Sabe and Rob Keogh. Not providing anything loose that can be latched onto by either Cox or Esenazi. And right on cue, the curse of the commentator strikes. That one too wide outside the off stump of the right-handed Cox. And he latches onto it and drives it out nice and square out towards deep point for 4 runs. So that just releases a little bit of the pressure built up from the previous 11 deliveries. Leicestershire 246 for 5 after 60 overs of play.
It's very funny when that happens, isn't it? No slight on your commentary whatsoever, but hilariously funny when you set yourself up for that and all of a sudden you go, right. Well, I wish I wasn't making that point at that particular moment. Zay back with ball in hands. 60 overs now complete in the day's play. 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15 for the slow left arm of Safe Save. Esenazi on strike. He's on 73. Despite the wicket of Tattersall by Rob Keogh, this session continues to go in the favour of Leicestershire. It's a paddle sweep. It's got fine. It's gone between Justin Broad and Navan Ramesh, who will chase it down. Will they look for a 3? Yeah, Cox does have a look, but rightfully turns around and says no. Navan Ramesh does well. Long chase down there to the steps at fine leg, keeps it in play. Good change of pace from Zabe. Takes all of it off that second delivery, and Esenazi quite happy to wait for it and play it delicately, gently, drops it into the leg side to James Sales. It's a much more orthodox piece of fielding than what we saw a couple of overs ago. Still the first slip in place. That's what's nice about Safe Save. He always has. He has LBW, has bowled in the equation the entire time. He does not stray too far from the wickets when he's bowling. That one again, straight over pitched, but dead batted back to the bowler. Bring about a change in the field as well. I know if it was me, I don't think I'd be volunteering to put the helmet back on after I'd been clonked in it the over before. And a good end to the over. Dot balls to Ben Cox. Conceded the 3 off the opening 2 deliveries. 61 overs. 249 for 5. Esenazi on 76. Ben Cox has raced along to 20 off 30. 3 boundaries. Rob Keogh continues from the David Capel end. Esenazi continues to find the middle of the bat as well. So 61 overs. What have we got? 110 in the day. 50 to go, I guess, then. 49 to go. No? I completely missed that up. How many overs do we get in a day? 110 sounds like a lot now I've said that.
96.
96 overs in the day. Sorry, I'm quite jet lagged, Aaron.
I
do apologise.
Look, I completely understand.
Nicely played. Single taken for Esenazi. And a round of applause from those supporters beneath us here in the commentary box as they acknowledge Leicestershire bringing up their 250. Esenazi on 77. That is over pitch from Keogh. Gets away with it. And Cox can't find the middle of the bat. Can't get it past the man there at mid-off. Quite a wide mid-off. Quicker. And there's an appeal for LBW there. Rob Keogh liked it. Lewis McManus, not so much. And not a great deal from anybody else there either, was there?
No, it's one of those where you can pose the question, but I don't think there's too much conviction in the appeal. We have got an update as well from Trent Bridge, where a third Warwickshire wicket has fallen. Will Young gone for 48, so Nottinghamshire have got that first point on the board. Just looking at the equation down in Southampton, Hampshire 21 without loss in the third over against Surrey, who were bowled out for 147. Looks as though not so well placed to get their hands on that Division 1 trophy. So some conversations just being had between McManus and Safe Sabe here. Just making some alterations to his field before taking the cap and the overshirt off. There is the alteration. James Sales was in a deep forward square leg, and operating more at deep square leg. Also got a deep cover point in play. Something else to mention is the over rate. The over rate's been very quick, hasn't it?
We've had a lot of spin bowled, haven't we? Well, we had 17 overs there. We've had 27 overs of spin out of the 62 that have been bowled. So we've raced through. Say unusual for this time of year. You'd kind of expect there to be a plethora of seamers, but as we've spoken about with the unavailability of a few of the players for Northamptonshire, it's left really with an opportunity for Safe Sabe to bowl a lot. I don't think you'd normally expect Safe Sabe to have bowled 10 overs so far in this game. Don't forget, you got Stuart van der Merwe out there as well that could bowl if they wanted to. So a fourth option as a spinner. I'm not convinced that we'll see much more seam until that second new ball becomes available. Would be my guess. Potentially a short burst from Scrimshaw, but I don't know. It doesn't feel right, does it?
No.
Feels like we could have another 17 and a half overs of spin yet before we get to that second new ball. That's over pitched, full toss by Safe Sabe. It's placed brilliantly by Esenazi. That's flown off the middle of the bat. It barely looked like he touched that. And it's made its way down to the boundary rope, and they've completed a pretty gentle 2 in the end. Esenazi moves up to 79.
Partnership moves on to 44 as well, doesn't it, between these two?
That can't be much behind a runner ball, can it, between the two of them?
Well, Tattersall departed in the 50th over, so 49.4 overs. of play at that point.
Yeah, 44 off 78-ish, I believe, deliveries. It's going to be Keogh to continue. And remind me because we're half an hour early, aren't we, this week?
Yep.
And we have been for the last couple of weeks. Keogh continues. So tea would be scheduled at 3:10?
Yeah.
3:10.
Yep. We'll definitely be on schedule for that as well.
Yes.
Given this over rate.
Yeah, well, at the end of this over, that'll be the 32 overs remaining in the day. So we'll get a couple more in than that, won't we, before, or at least one more in, if not two, before the players break for tea. Oh, there's an appeal, is it? No, inside edge. This time, I thought I heard two noises. We've just turned the effects mic down a little bit. It's just outside the commentary box door, and it's pretty breezy out there, so don't want to ruin the broadcast here with just wind noise going through the effects mic. Keogh asking questions, though. Big change of pace that time. Very much. Aaron, it's been that's quicker, flatter. Not really bounced. It's hit Lewis McManus in the shins and fallen safely into the leg side. End of the over then. So 32 overs remain in the day's play with 3:05. So we'll get at least one more, depending on how this over goes. We could get another one. Leicestershire's session, without a doubt.
Oh, 100%. We said it was the crucial first hour, didn't we? In the end, it's been, well, a crucial 2 hours here for Leicestershire. And it's all come off the back of that initial partnership between Tattersall and Esenazi. And Esenazi still out there looking good for his 79. And since then, I think Ben Cox has also played the foil very well indeed. So, yeah, definitely Leicestershire's session. And it's one which has just steadied the ship. It's what they needed. If they would have gone into that first 30 minutes to 60 minutes after lunch, maybe staring down the barrel at 6 or 7 down, very different situation. But this is the beauty of red ball cricket. It's the ebbs and flows, the narratives which develop, and they've had two very good partnerships just to wrestle back some momentum. As for Northamptonshire as well, they'd love to get a wicket on the stroke of tea. But it also feels as though those first couple of overs, maybe 2 to 4 overs with the new ball, just to see if it's doing anything, I think that might be another important aspect here for the Tudor Rose. Because with that first new ball, I mean, there was no real danger, was there, for Buddinger or Rishi Patel?
No, I don't think Northants bowled particularly well with it. Whitehouse was loose, wasn't he? And Leicestershire scored both sides of the wicket. It didn't really look like it did a lot through the air either. Scrimshaw, again, bowled poorly, I thought, with the new ball, was wide of the mark on both length and line. And it felt the ball just started to do a little bit more as it got a touch older. Whether that would be the case again later on this afternoon or not, we don't know. But we've got 65 overs on the board. McManus is ready. The umpires are ready. So we will just sneak one extra one in. They were quite prompt to get off for lunch. Quite happy just to stick out there and get another over in before tea. So we will get one more from Rob Keogh from the David Capel end. Short leg in place, Justin Broad at first slip. James Sales just being asked to work squarer as the sweeper on the offside boundary. George Scrimshaw is at deep square leg. Ben Cox defends the ball back to Rob Keogh. Get through to tea. Leicestershire will be looking to come back out and really turn the screw in that evening session, potentially put themselves in a position where they think they might only have to bat once here at Wantage Road as well. They bat such a long way down, don't they? I mean, the tail today for Leicestershire, with respect to Chris Wright and Josh Hull, looks quite long in comparison to what it has done in previous championship rounds when Tom Scrivens batted 11. And that is a tongue-in-cheek comment. I realise you're probably going to tell me that Chris Wright's got a first-class average of X and a high score of Y, but you know exactly what I mean when Tom Scriven was carded at 11 a couple of times this season.
Well, I would just like to point out that Chris Wright's career best is 87.
Have you Googled that, or did you just know that?
No, it's one of the things that I did have written down.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone through, Ben Cox. Keogh gets the breakthrough, breaks this partnership before it makes 50. He gets his second. And on the stroke of tea, Ben Cox is dismissed for 20. It's Rob Keogh again. And the score for Leicestershire is 252 for 6. Esenazi not out on 79. The 2 wickets falling in the afternoon session for Northamptonshire, both to Rob Keogh. Well, a handy end to that session, Aaron, for Northamptonshire as the players make their way off the field for tea. 20-minute tea break, but still Leicestershire's session. I mean, they're not a million miles in front at 252 for 6, but I think in the context of the game, the season, that's quite a good place to be.
Oh, 100%. I mean, let's put it this way. They've scored 140 for 2. So I think that the Foxes will be the happier of the two sides as they head towards the dressing rooms for the tea interval, but just gives a little bit of a glimmer, doesn't it? That almost just provides a little bit of extra confidence now for Northants heading into that evening session. So Rob Keogh, I think he's bowled really nicely, deserves that second wicket. And now you've broken that partnership. You've got a new batter coming in after this break. Try and get those wickets as soon as possible.
Yep. Well, let's take a break for tea, and we'll be back about 3:30.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Wantage Road. Tee has been completed. Players making their way out to the middle to join the umpires who are, well, ready and waiting to go, aren't they? Two batters arrive in the middle now and the Northants fielders just a fraction behind them. The score at Tee, 252 for 6. If you weren't watching, Ben Cox was dismissed by Rob Keogh, the final ball of that afternoon session. So there will be one delivery left of Rob Keogh's ninth over from the David Capel end, and it'll be Liam Travaskis, the new man for Leicestershire, will have to navigate this final delivery. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. The stream is brought to you in association with Daffabet. And this first hour, well, it's key, isn't it?
It is. Some may describe it as being crucial.
Crucial?
Crucial, Dan. No, it's one of those partnerships, isn't it? We mentioned already the fact that Leicester should do bat pretty deep. Still got Logan van Beek and Chris Wright. Josh Hull a little bit more of what you describe as a tail ender, but I still think while Esenazi's out there, Leicestershire will fancy their chances of, well, maybe putting together at least another 90 to 100 runs. Just depends on what the next couple of partnerships are like.
Keogh then to round out the over. Ooh, and brings about a thick inside edge into the pads of Travaskis. And fortunately for the new man for Leicestershire, the ball stops dead on the crease line. For a second, he would have been worried that that ball may have trickled back onto the stumps, but survives. So Keogh, 9 overs, 2 wickets now to his name, 1 maiden and 19 runs conceded. And we're going to get a change from the Lim Wilson centre, and not only a change of bowling because Saif Saib has been replaced by Nirvan Ramesh, but we'll also get a change of ends for the youngster. He bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 39 from the David Capel end earlier on today. He got the wicket of Lewis Hill, caught behind a very, very smart catch by Lewis McManus. Sweep shot by Hill, the bottom edge and under edge into the gloves of the keeper. Brilliant work. So Ramesh has 1 to his name, and he replaces Saif Saib as he fires that loosener over the head of George Bartlett in preparation for the spell. Probably a good idea to get that one out of your system before you start bowling. Anyway, it's Esenazi on strike. He has to start again. He's on 79. He's looked brilliant for his 79 as well. And gets a bit of a drag down from Ramesh to move to 80. It was an impressive 10 overs this morning, wasn't it, Aaron, from Nirvan Ramesh? Bowled really nicely. Good changes of pace, good control. Looked like he started to tire towards the end of the spell, but deserved the wicket that he got and certainly asked plenty of questions.
Well, he did, and it comes down to that variation. So with finger spin, it's not so much to the same extent as actual variations of deliveries compared to a leg spinner, for example, where you got the flippers, the sliders, leg breaks, top spinners, wrong-uns, etc. It's more about variation in terms of flight, drift, pace of the ball. I mean, yes, Nirvan has got a nice arm ball at his disposal where the ball just skids on off the wicket, along with your traditional off break, but I just think there's an awful lot to like about his bowling. And one other variation which we need to talk about, can't believe I didn't speak about it earlier, but where he's actually releasing the ball from. So you can see on that last one, he's gone very wide with regards to his release. Let's see if he changes up the angle with this next delivery. Instead continues to go wide and clipped away out towards mid-wicket for 1. But that is something that you see all the time with spin bowlers, just changing up the angle. Just gives the batter something additional to think about with regards to their setup, the approach, which option they want to take. It's good to see that it's not solely releasing the ball from one angle.
That one over pitched. Played out to the man, the sweeper, George Scrimshaw. The offside for Esenazi. He keeps the strike. Yeah, it's subtle, isn't it? But there's just something about him that looks difficult to face. Almost looks like he's able to place the ball where he wants to, if that makes... I know that sounds quite a strange thing to say, but watching him and the way he releases the ball, it's almost kind of going, no, I'm actually kind of just placing it here, if that makes sense. He looks like he's got that much control. So he's going to bowl in this evening session, or the start of this evening session, at least, in tandem with Rob Keogh. We've got 13 overs until a second new ball becomes available, which I would imagine, if this innings gets that far, we will see it straight away. Northants need 4 wickets to wrap this innings up, and if they pick them up quite quickly, anything under 300, I think, would be quite good for Northamptonshire, particularly having been asked to bowl first here today.
No, I completely agree with that. And when you look at the different exchanges in the play so far as well, there's on plenty of flight pace really taken off it there by Keogh. I mean, those first 10 overs, Leicestershire was 63 without loss. It was like a one-day cup game at that stage, with Buddinger and Patel just rifling it to all corners. And then since that, we've seen the 98-run partnership between Esenazi and fellow newcomer Johnny Tatters also. I think Northamptonshire would be absolutely elated to get Leicestershire out for a sub-300 score. But as has been shown by those aforementioned partnerships and the one between Ben Cox and Esenazi, there are runs to be scored. It's not a green mamba.
Well, pick the bones out of that final delivery. Full toss that's drifted down the leg side, which Esenazi has missed on the reverse sweep. 68 overs done. 255 for 6. And Ramesh ready to go. Ball in hand already. Short leg in place. Fortunately for Arish Charkey, who was hit hard in the helmet in that afternoon session off the bat of Ben Cox, and on cue gets hit once more at short leg. He doesn't look a natural under the helmet at short leg, I think would be fair to say, but is healthy and good enough to carry on. There was concern for a while on a bit of a drag down. Call of 2 from Esenazi, and it'll be a comfortable 2, as George Scrimshaw has to make a lot of ground on the boundary rope there to do that piece of fielding. Well bowled. Good line, good length there for Ramesh. Hasn't quite started this second spell with the efficiency that he did that first one. A little bit more inconsistent with his lines and with his lengths. Has now asked the short fielder there to move from the leg side to the offside. It's played off the back foot into the leg side. So Travaskis at 8, Logan Van Beek carded at 9, Chris Wright at 10, and then Josh Hull at 11 are the remaining batters for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. There's a dot ball to end the over. 257 for 6 after 69. Esenazi, the standout, 81 not out of 129 deliveries with 12 fours in the innings so far. Will be on strike as Rob Keogh passes the jumper to the umpire, ready to continue his work. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19 so far for Rob Keogh. Comfortable single taken by Esenazi. Won't upset many. I don't think that Travaskis gets back on strike straight away. The new man, he's only faced 11 deliveries. Very, very capable, competent, qualified batter. But Northants will be happy to bowl at Leicestershire's number 8 at the moment in comparison to the man who's 82 not out. That didn't last long as he picks the single up and gets down the other end.
I was going to say right on cue, gets off strike. But no, just to go back to that prior point about Travaskis. 10 career 50s in the first class format, high score of 88. So certainly no slouch with the bat in hand. Esenazi definitely the main man though. It's the prized wicket, isn't he, at this stage, and he has looked full value for those 82 runs scored.
Oh, inside edge. Falls safely. Runs through what would have been a leg slip. Certainly Rob Keogh getting a bit of turn off this surface. He does give it an almighty tweak. If you've ever shaken Rob Keogh's hands, his hands are enormous. Just wraps those long fingers around. Gives it a real good tweak when it's coming out well. Strong handshake as well. It's not the most comfortable handshake in world cricket, Rob Keogh's. No, one of those ones that kind of, you just feel like you're having your fingers and your hands crushed. It's one of those.
Yeah.
A strong, strong handshake. "70 overs have been bowled then. Day one here at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Final round of the 2025 County Championship. The score is 260 for 6. Esenazi leading the way, 83 not out. Strike now against Nirvan Ramesh.
Bacharke still under the helmet at short leg as well. Esenazi goes for the reverse. Ramesh goes off in appeal. Umpire not having that particular shout. I don't mind that though from Esenazi, because there is so much open space, providing that he places it nicely. Then he got the fielder out at deep point. Aside from Justin Broadin at slip, it's green grass out there. A little bit like that. Plays a delectable late cut. And the deep point fielder races across to limit it to just 2 runs scored. So Esenazi retains the strike. Moves on to 85. Very next delivery, just strides into that one. Nice confident step outside the off stump. Ramesh looks to skid that latest one towards that area between middle and off. It's a nice little battle emerging between these two. Nervan would love to get the key wicket.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, from the position that we're in, what exactly Nervan Ramesh is doing with that ball to make it so tricky for the batters, because none of them have really been able to line him up once he's settled into a spell. I'd love to get a closer look with regards to the variety, the variations that he's got. There's obviously a change of pace. Now, that's quite an easy one and an obvious one to spot. You mentioned the change of angle, which again is a bit more of an obvious and an easier one to spot. But where it almost looks like he pushes it out the front of the hand, doesn't it? And it's, as I say, not the easiest to spot when you're 100 yards away and elevated. But how much of a variation can he get by not moving the wrist all that far? Because the release point looks similar, doesn't it? But yeah, I'd like a closer look.
Yep, same. I think that's completely valid. Maybe the action as well.
Yeah.
Because when you actually look at the point of release, he's almost making an X shape with his arms as Travaskis just about digs that one from Keogh out of the danger zone.
And it kind of releases from above his head as well, doesn't it? It's not a round arm at all. It's a very, very tall and straight arm. If I knew how to use it in a sentence that didn't involve the name Ben Stokes, I'd use the word perpendicular. But it's unusual. It's unusual. No, it's unique. It's a unique action for Nervan Ramesh. And I suspect if you've not faced him before, which clearly a lot of these professional cricketers wouldn't have done, it will take a little while to line up. You see Rob Keogh, it's a lot more traditional, isn't it? It really looks like the wrist kind of wraps around the ball at the point of release, whereas Ramesh just looks all kind of fingers.
And maybe that is the variation between the two, because Keogh, it is a little bit more of a traditional action. Again, plenty of overspin and rotations on it. Esenazi this time advances into it and launches it over the top for 6 runs. Terrific shot downtown. And Esenazi now moves into the 90s. Tremendous strike of the cricket ball that made it look effortless, just took one stride, one big step down to meet the pitch of the delivery. Got a beautiful bit of elevation on it to boot.
He's looked so good today, hasn't he, Esenazi? He's found the middle of the cricket bat consistently. Played every shot pretty much in the book. And has dominated, hasn't he? At no point in this innings of Esenazi has he ever really been under the cosh from a bowler. He's not looked phased, he's not looked panicked, he's been able to find the single, rotate the strike. I mean, the partnership with Tattersall, and then it was a big partnership in the end with Ben Cox, but was able to manipulate the field, quick between the wickets as well.
Travaskis this time a little bit more expansive with that drive out towards deep cover point. Moves the score on to 270 for 6. Has been outstanding so far, this from Esenazi. And it goes back to that previous point of conversation we had. You look at the defence that he's playing against the likes of Ramesh and Keogh, and it is granite-like. He's not looking hesitant with regards to that particular shot. He's playing the ball on its merits. If anything is loose and wide, it's being dispatched for 4 or 6. It's just been a real pleasure to witness this from the 31-year-old. And there is that assertiveness again. Nice big confident stride to meet the pitch of the cricket ball. Also sends out a little bit of a message to the spinners as well. There's one thing that finger spinners and leg spinners absolutely love. It's witnessing someone having those concrete shoes and just sticking deep in the crease, not utilising their footwork. As you look there again with Esenazi, plays that one very adeptly indeed, and that will be a dot ball to round out the over. So Leicestershire are 270 for 6 after 73 overs here at Wantage Road. And it will be Rob Keogh from the David Capel end. For what we imagine will be a continuation of spin from both ends until the 80th over. I reckon that if Leicestershire don't lose any further wickets, we'll see it straight away. Travaskis clips that away down towards backward square leg for 1.
Yeah, by and large, the spinners have looked more threatening, haven't they? Those 18 deliveries from Scrimshaw would be an exception. Broad bowled really nicely, but certainly it felt like they didn't actually have to target Broad because there were so many scoring opportunities against Whitehouse and Scrimshaw in that opening spell, or that opening hour. Looks like Safe Save might even be replacing Rob Keogh in the not too distant future.
He's definitely going through the warm-ups, isn't he? Safe down at mid-off. Quality display of control, this from Rob Keogh so far. Still opts in to go with that 5-4 offside field. Arish Bachake remains under the lid. That short leg. Travaskis now goes aerial, loops it over the top, and that will take 1 bounce over the rope for 4 runs, down towards long off. First real shot of anger we've seen from Travaskis against Rob Keogh. And on that occasion, he's executed it quite superbly.
Yeah, that was overpitched, wasn't it, from Keogh? Hand speed from Travaskis.
He's ran the first one very hard there. 2 Northamptonshire fielders in Justin Broad and James Sales cut it off. So that will be a single to wrap up the 74th over. Leicestershire 277 for 6. And Esenazi on 92. And Liam Travaskis, the former Durham man, on 11. Good to see Liam back in the side as well, from a Leicestershire point of view. He's had a couple of injuries this season. I know during the T20 blast, he suffered one to his fingers, and that meant that Josh Thomas had to come in on loan from Somerset. I think he was slotted into the side initially in early September, but again, injury forced Alfonso Thomas's hand. So, no, great to see him back in a Fox's shirt. And as we hypothesised the over before, Save will come on to bowl, not to replace Rob Keogh though. Will be to replace Nirvan Ramesh from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Whether that means that Nirvan might bowl from the other side, we'll have to wait and see. But here is Zabe to Travaskis.
Surprised by that?
I think it depends. I think it depends. If Nirvan doesn't come on from the other end, then maybe. Because I think Ramesh has bowled very nicely. But Zabe himself is a handy spin option. Can certainly provide the breakthrough. I also love watching different players approach the spin. So Travaskis, he himself is a left-arm finger spinner, playing it predominantly off the back foot for the time being. Before striding into that one, sets off for the quick single, shy at the stumps by George Bartlett. Unsuccessful on that occasion as Travaskis makes his ground with time to spare.
Good run, wasn't it? Bartlett's not that deep, or wasn't that deep at mid-off. Just caught him on his heels.
It's one of those preempted runs, isn't it? The old drop and go from Travaskis. Sort of carved away out towards deep cover. Will be a single to round out the over. Leicestershire 279 for 6 after 75 overs of play. It will be Rob Keogh to continue from the David Capel end. So, yeah, slightly surprised by that. Would have liked to have seen maybe another couple of overs from Nirvan Ramesh, but McManus sees it differently. Either way, it's two very different kinds of bowlers, regardless of what combo of the three you have. Because yes, you've got two right arm off spinners, but they're very different with regards to their approach and archetype. Something else to note as well, after that previous over, Save has dropped all the way back to long on. Esenazi resolute. His defence, though. Also worth mentioning that deep points. Deep square leg out on the boundary. Esenazi looks to just work it away from Keogh's bowling hand. And this time he will evade Stuart van der Merwe in there at mid-wicket. So another single for Stevie Esenazi, who goes on to 94 runs. How he would love to bring up a maiden ton for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Travaskis drives that gun barrel straight down the ground. A shot so good that it elicited a round of applause from us two here in the comms box. Absolutely magnificent strike that from Travaskis. Held the pose a little bit, and yeah, that was a stupendous shot, wasn't it?
It kind of created the angle, didn't he, with his body shape. The ball was drifting in towards him, and he managed to put himself into a position where he could play with those great hands, as he's done it again. Back-to-back boundaries for Travaskis.
Just puts the bowler under a bit of pressure, doesn't it? Great way to end the over for Leicestershire. Foxes 288 for 6 after 76 overs of bowling. Also nice as well, isn't it, for Stevie Esenazi, the fact that you've got a partner there who's so good at playing spin. Doesn't mean that one end is just getting tied down over after over. I like this positive approach taken by Travaskis. Esenazi happy to just defend that back to the bowler. Deja vu once more. Really has been an outstanding knot, this, on the Leicestershire number 5. 12 fours and a 6 to boot. This time he goes for the paddle. Beats the anticipated effort there of Justin Broad, and this should be at least 2 runs. Travaskis asking the question of his partner there. In the end, I think that was wise to settle for just 2 runs.
Yeah, I think Esenazi had settled on 2 quite early, hadn't he? Would have taken him slightly extra to have got up from the position having played that paddle sweep. The 3 Northants seamers have started to get loose. Aaron as well. Some Justin Broad, Ben Whitehouse and George Scrimshaw. All just trying to loosen up the shoulders and the back ahead of this second new ball, which is now just 3 overs away. I'll give you the indication that'll get taken straight away, won't it? Although it looks like Rob Keogh might be done. He's heading off for a sit down and a refresh. We are going to get a change from the David Capel end.
We are indeed. I think this is going to be Stuart van der Merwe, which I really like to see this. So we mentioned him as a spin bowling option. Just going through his strides here. Again, very much your quintessential finger spinner. Someone who looks to get that overspin, a little bit top spin as well. Saw him bowling in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Just a really handy all-rounder, to be honest. Also has a very noticeable batting setup. I won't spoil that. But he is a delight to watch with the bat in hand. Here he is making his first-class debut for Northamptonshire. Wonderful moment for him, and I mean, this has been an unforgettable summer for the 20-year-old. Here he is then, bowling to Liam Travaskis. Starts off with a dot ball, and for those maybe unfamiliar with Stuart's journey, in the UK, he started out at Weybridge, played alongside Ben Curran, formerly of these pastures. Does well to stop that one. In recent times, he's moved to Sunbury. Student at Leeds University. Similar to Nirvan, he was on the Surrey Academy. So the Brown Caps loss is Northamptonshire's game. Played 2s cricket for the Tudor Rose since 2023. Had trials at Kent, and funnily enough, in 2024, also had a little bit of a spell at Leicestershire. He really takes the pace off that one. Swept away, only as far as Arish Bachake. There's 2 knocks which really stood out, I think, to Darren Lehman and the Northamptonshire think tank. Both, funnily enough, against Surrey. So he scored 90 against them at Peterborough Town. That was in July, and then he scored 95 in another game at Dunstable. I think after seeing that, you have a look at that form against a strong Surrey second 11 side who have just won the second 11 county championship. And yeah, no wonder he was given that opportunity in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Started off very nicely there. His blossoming professional career. Well, we save then to bowl over number 79. Leicestershire on 290 for 6. Esenazi caresses that one out towards deep cover for 1. Travaskis once more adopts for the back foot approach against his fellow left arm finger spinner.
Nearly sneaks through there, doesn't it? Inside edge into the pad of Travaskis. Safely misses off stump, and Manus tidies that up nicely. Safe save wicketless. Bowled very economically, isn't he?
And as soon as you say that, Dan, he's been drilled for 4. I mean, that was an emphatic shot, wasn't it? Would have been tremendously difficult to try and get the fingers on that and prevent the 4 runs from being scored. But yeah, that was a shot of real authority from Travaskis.
To be fair to Safe, I think he'd have the right to be a little bit disappointed by the effort at mid-off, I think, to get across to that.
Well, there's no stopping that one. Just penetrates the gap on the offside, out through extra cover. Leicestershire now just 1 run away from bringing up 300. And the second batting bonus point as well.
Yeah, they've gone about it well, haven't they? There was definitely a wrestle back from Northamptonshire in that morning session to pick up 4 wickets before lunch. 6 down, stroke of tea. You thought, well, Leicestershire are ahead, but Northants pick up another couple quickly there, and I think actually you start to get a little bit more a level par, but 300 for 6 just starts kind of pulling in Leicestershire's favour again. We won't know exactly what this pitch plays like, will we, until both teams have batted on it and both teams have bowled on it. The makeup of the two will be that there'll be a lot more seam will be bowled in Leicestershire's lineup, just from the makeup of the team. When you look through Ian Hollands, Logan Van Beek, Chris Wright, Josh Hull, you've got 4 frontline seamers there for starters. So it will be a different challenge for Northants' batters compared to what Leicestershire have had to endure through this first day. And you'd say as well, the 4 seamers mentioned will be of a higher echelon than what the 3 of Northants have got to offer.
That one clipped away out towards deep forward square. And that will be the 300 up for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Comes up after 79.3 overs here at Wantage Road. Stevie Esenazi moves on to 98. Fantastic knock so far. Travaskis covers up on that one. Crazy to think that should Esenazi get these 2 additional runs, it'll just be the 10th time he's reached 3 figures in first-class cricket. Someone who, as we said, is known more for his white ball accolades and his numbers in the T20 blast. Travaskis looks to cut that one away, stopped by Nirvan Ramesh at backward points. And that will bring about the culmination of the 80th over. Leicestershire still on a score of 300 for 6. But just feels as though Esenazi's been in full control today, doesn't it? Earlier on, we saw a couple of plays and misses, but you get that. You're not going to get bat on ball for every single delivery that you face. Since then, though, just comes down to authority. Comes down to reading the situation well. He's done both of those things to a very high standard.
Yeah, he has. He's got a different challenge now, hasn't he? Ben Whitehouse has got new ball in hand. 2 away from that 100. The first, if he were to get there in a Leicestershire shirt. Ball will obviously travel a bit quicker off the bat, but will obviously provide the bowlers with a little bit more encouragement than what maybe they have had against Esenazi so far in this innings. But it's Whitehouse with the new ball from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and the end that he started from this morning. No, sorry, he didn't, did he? The end that he changed to this morning, and the one that he, certainly the second spell, bowled with nice control, nice pace. And I would imagine it will be Justin Broad from the David Capel end to partner Whitehouse with the new ball. That's down the ground. Does it beat Rob Keogh? No. Good work from Rob Keogh to cover round, keep Esenazi in the 90s. He moves to 99.
It's nice fielding that, isn't it, from Rob Keogh? He'll know as a bowler himself, you've got to back up your bowlers in the field, whether that's your seamers or your spinners. Just provides them with that extra boost, doesn't it? It's Whitehouse bowls here to Travaskis. Again, decides to go a little bit more defensive with that particular shot.
Good pace, good carry through to McManus, left alone by Travaskis. These two, they'll just, well, Travaskis in particular, will just want to have a little bit of a look at Whitehouse, won't he, before he looks to impose himself on the youngster. Wouldn't have faced him in the innings so far. He's on 28. Would have all been against spin, wouldn't it, for Liam Travaskis as well so far in this innings. One just offering to shape away. Off the back foot, dropped into the offside for a single. 1 ball left in this over for Ben Whitehouse. And Stevie Esenazi on strike, on 99. 2 slips in place. The man currently on loan from Middlesex, signed permanently for Leicestershire. That will start in 2026. And he guides that one past the dive at second slip and brings up the 100, his first 100 for Leicestershire. What a fantastic innings that has been by Stevie Esenazi. The helmet comes off. The round of applause is absorbed by the 31-year-old. He salutes his new teammates and those that have made their way into the ground, who recognise the efforts and achievements of the new man for Leicestershire. What a fantastic knock that was.
Brilliant, superb, outstanding, whatever superlative you want to throw at it. Really has been a top-tier batting effort, this, from Stevie Esenazi. A 10th career first-class century for the former Middlesex man. Includes 12 fours and 1 6. And as we said, I think the word of the day is control. He really has just stabilised this innings quite expertly. You look at that score, what was 110 for 4, now 303 for 6, and he has been the glue guy to hold it all together. So, well batted, Stevie Esenazi. And now this is the interesting phase, because I had a chat with Michael McCann about this during the Glamorgan game, but it's always interesting to see how batters go about the immediate exchanges after reaching a century. It's really difficult, isn't it, to almost have that release. You've reached that milestone, and now you've got to lock in again. Oof. Well, that is a wide.
That one does bring about a signal of a wide from the umpire. That really was a loosener, wasn't it, from Justin Broad? He's not bowled for a while, to be fair. Taking a little while just to get back into his work, but that was loose, wasn't it? 3 slips in place. And that one aerially dispatched by Esenazi for 4. It wasn't the greatest delivery. Better than the first one for Justin Broad, but it's an indication of Esenazi's mindset with regards to starting again, that's for sure.
No, it is. Continues to take the attack to anything loose and wide and not in that channel. Just needs to tighten up the radar here, does Justin Broad. Already 5 runs off the first legal delivery of the over. I think it is also something for Northamptonshire to just observe here about Stevie Esenazi's innings. He's not really forced the initiative, has he? He's not done anything too outside of the box. Yes, we've seen a couple of paddle sweeps and reverses here and there, but for the most part, he's been very correct. He's not been forcing the shots. He's not really got out of shape either. That's the other thing. You look at his balance in the crease. It's been on point throughout the morning and the afternoon. You've almost just got to learn the lessons of how he's played on this wicket. I don't think there's really any demons in it as of yet. It's not turning square. It's not bouncing up too sharply either.
Beautiful. Overpitched from Broad. Esenazi just leans on it through the covers. Moves to 108. Takes the score up to 312. No, you're right. If anything, like we said this morning, it just looks like it's lacking a bit of pace. I think that's the only real thing that you could say about it so far. Day 2 tends to be the better day to bat here at Northampton, but I mean, the difficulty there for the host could be how many Leicestershire have got by the time that they get an opportunity to bat here. Still the 3 slips. That one timed again through the offside, and it's going to be another boundary for Stevie Esenazi. And having just passed 100, he's already now on 112.
Well, I think it's safe to say there's been no lapse in concentration for Esenazi. Just straight back in there, laser focused. Important final delivery here from Justin Broad, just to get back a little bit of control himself. And that probably is one of those rare occasions where Esenazi has looked to force something which wasn't necessarily there. Ends up on his haunches. Dot ball to finish the over. Leicestershire 316 for 6 after 82 overs.
Yeah, I think he's just got a little bit excited there, hasn't he, having hit Justin Broad for 3 boundaries in that over. Tried to go for a 4th. It wasn't really there and didn't really get himself into a position to play it. And you could tell by the reaction afterwards that he was disappointed with himself that he went after it and played the shot that he played. Whitehouse at the end of his mark, ready to go. Travaskis, he's on 29, he's on strike. One into the hip, that'll be turned into the leg side, through square leg for at least 2. It will just be 2. Moves into the 30s, takes the score up to 318. Sunshine is well and truly out now here at Northampton. Started off pretty gloomy this morning. It's just burnt it off, isn't it, as the day's gone on, so much so that there are blue skies above. Still looks pretty fresh out there, looking at the attire of the supporters that are in the grounds this afternoon. Quick single taken. Single that's probably more comfortable than what was made out. Esenazi just leaning on his bat handle, wasn't he? What bit of ball watching. That one down the leg side. Good take by McManus. The leg side once more. Changing the field as well for Northamptonshire. They've taken Safe Zabe from second slip, moved him to a leg slip there as well. Two straight, timed brilliantly once again from Liam Travaskis. Through square leg for another 4. He's got a fantastic cricket bat in his hand there, isn't he, Esenazi? My word, does it fly when it finds the middle.
There is a slight pause in the action here as Esenazi and Travaskis just have a quick drink. I think Travaskis may have been getting some replacement gloves as well. Well, we do just have a slight reprieve in the action. A couple of updates for you. Starting off in that relegation scrap between Durham and Yorkshire at Headingley. Durham are 217 for 6 after 74 overs of play. David Buddinger still going very nicely indeed on 86 from 176 balls. Wickets all around there, though, for the Yorkshire seam bowlers, as well as one for Dom Bess with his off breaks. Travaskis just about keeps that latest ball out. As for the title race, well, they have just resumed at Trent Bridge. It was tea, slightly later one taken as a result of the inclement weather in Nottingham. Warwickshire 139 for 5, so Nottinghamshire Just 1 wicket away from securing that second bowling bonus point. Speaking of that race for the title, Broad bowls here to Travaskis, who muscles that one away very handsomely indeed. Hurtles away for 4. Goodness gracious me, that sounded like a bullet from the former Durham man. Moves Leicestershire on to 327 for 6. Yeah, as for that other game at the top of Division 1, well, Hampshire 57 for 1 against Surrey. They trail by 90 runs. Only 17.5 overs into that innings as well. Yeah, that one fascinatingly poised out the utility bowl.
Neither of these new balls have done Northamptonshire any favours, have they? They've not bowled particularly well with either of them. Leicestershire got away to a flyer this morning. Whitehouse has conceded 10 from the 2 overs that he's bowled. Broad has conceded 17 from the 9 deliveries that he's bowled. All of a sudden, 327 for 6. Leicestershire after 83.5 overs.
Speaking of some high-scoring batting so far, Derbyshire, after 80 overs at the Spitfire ground, are 301 for 2. Lewis Rees has scored 110. Wayne Madsen on 80 not out. Travaskis can't quite penetrate that gap through the covers. I believe that's also 1,000 runs on the season for Wayne Madsen.
Aging like a fine wine. T20 World Cup to look forward to maybe for Wayne Madsen.
Of course, yeah, for Italy.
Italy qualification, although they kind of blessed with players at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. Madsen, Stewart from Kent.
Inside edge. Justin Broad cannot believe that Travaskis has dug that out. Emilio Gay played, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
The last set of games for Italy.
Got the Menenzi brothers as well. Now applying their trade. Joe Burns.
Yes.
Someone who's played Test cricket. Australia.
I don't know about you, but it feels exciting for cricket that Italy are going to be at a World Cup for the first time. I know there's always going to be that balance of diluting the quality if we were to end up with, say, a 32-team World Cup, for example. But it feels like quite a momentous occasion that another European team, albeit made up with a few Australians, but you get another nationality at a World Cup is fantastic for the sport. I think it just highlights the fact that it is growing and it's proving to be more popular. And you hope then that that second or third or even fourth generation Italians, if they get a bit of press about them, all of a sudden you think, okay, well, maybe the sport continues to grow and it's exciting.
That's definitely exciting. And I think of 2 countries in particular. So Japan at the Under-19 Men's World Cup. I mean, that side got a lot of national press, and actually cricket in Japan just beginning to slowly grow. Of course, that publicity helping. And Uganda,
yeah,
as well in the T20 World Cup.
Edged and gone. It was held on to. There was such little reaction to that. It took me a while to make sure that ball had been caught. Travaskis goes. First wicket for Ben Whitehouse in this innings. Leicestershire are 7 down, and everything about that felt quite innocuous.
Yeah, I think that's the word I'd use to describe it. Felt as though everybody didn't quite know how to react. It was just going through the motions of the partnership. Had already surpassed the 50 a few overs before, and yeah, it's a thick outside edge, isn't it, from Travaskis. Has a real flash of the blade on that particular occasion, and yeah, just goes straight into the hands of the awaiting slip Gordon. So a good knock that from Travaskis. He's played his role very nicely. As for Esenazi, well, he will have a partner in the form of Logan van Beek coming in at number 9. Himself plays for an associate nation, the Netherlands, of course. But no, I think it's really important to grow the game globally, and another nation who I'd be amiss to mention would be Brazil. Brazil have massively grown the game, and what's great about the Brazilian game as well, the focus has actually been on the women's game. So cricket in Brazil, the majority of the registered players play women's cricket. So that's their avenue into future World Cups. And of course, Roberta Avery has been the big ambassador for Brazil on the global stage. I know she's done a lot with regards to Surrey, and I think they've got a programme actually between Surrey and Brazil cricket. They had one before with Cricket for Hope in Rwanda, with Gahanga National Stadium being produced in Kigali. But no, I think it's fantastic. It really is. And again, it goes back to, we hope that it does have that desired impact of inspiring a couple of the next generation. Pick up that bat, pick up that ball. See those players out there representing your country.
Well, and pick up that baton and continue to build the legacy as well. It's all good and well having a passionate person now, but if there isn't that next person to continue to take it forward, then you end up kind of in a bit of a stalemate, don't you? But Whitehouse down the leg side. First delivery for Logan van Beek.
Well, that is the big problem, because at times we have seen, especially in associate cricket, that momentum hasn't quite necessarily been achieved. I think of Bermuda after the 2007 World Cup. Kenya's the big one. I mean, cricket in Kenya in the 90s and early 2000s was massive in the country.
Yeah.
Especially in Nairobi. And they had that golden generation. There's a slight appeal there for Whitehouse, but appear to be sliding down from our vantage point here.
Yeah. No doubt that has hit Logan van Beek on the big toe with the hobble that he's got as he walks away to square leg to gather his thoughts. But again, a very woody noise, wasn't there, through the effects mic?
But no, we sincerely hope that the associate nations at that World Cup do produce something special and inspire that next generation.
England have got an uncanny knack at losing to one every now and again, haven't they, in a T20 World Cup? So there's every chance there. End of the over, successful for Ben Whitehouse. Round of applause from those Northamptonshire supporters that have been here throughout the course of the day. He's toiled away hard, and he does get rewards eventually. 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 74. Ben Whitehouse, as he puts the long sleeve jumper back on and makes his way down to fine leg for a breather. Gather his thoughts. Caught by Justin Broad at second slip was Liam Travaskis for 37 off 58 deliveries. That man, Justin Broad, at the end of his mark, the David Capel end, ready to go again. 2 slips in place, 328 for 7. That is a loosener again. A bit of a grubber as well. It didn't really bounce, did it, at all on that line? I mean, there's no danger to the batter out there, but not one that you want to see too often.
Well, it depends on your perspective, doesn't it? If you're the bowler, you maybe won't mind it.
Also true.
But no, completely echo that. It's the person with the bat in hand. You definitely don't want to see that.
Oh, my word. That's another wide. tidied up by Lewis McManus, who is a bit of an unhappy stare back towards the bowler as Justin Broad, again, doesn't look particularly happy, does he, with the way that he's making his way back to the end of his mark. Uncharacteristic for Justin Broad. The start of this spell somewhat spoiled his figures as well. 1 for 54. It's guided out. It's the man at deep backward point for a single for Esenazi. 19 of those 54 have come from just these 3.2 overs. Three slips. Now Van Beek is on strike. 330 for 7. Van Beek yet to get off the mark. On into the thigh pad, I think, as it drops into the leg side. No, run signal. So Van Beek is off the mark. Must have been an inside edge onto the thigh pad for Leicestershire's number 9. Two slips in the gully. New experience for Justin Broad as well, almost leading this Northamptonshire bowling attack this week. Big inside edge. Esenazi almost runs at Stuart Broad. Sorry, Justin Broad. Stuart Broad's not a bad kind of comparison to make, is it? But gets away with it in the end. Has opened the bowling before, Justin Broad, but normally would be a first change option for Northamptonshire if Luke Proctor, Ben Sanderson were available. Liam Guthrie as well. Single taken. Cries of hit them. George Grimshaw attempted to, missed them. Caused a bit of a scramble for Arish Buchaki and Ben Whitehouse to make sure that didn't go for any extra than just the single taken by Esenazi. He moves on to 118. 332 for 7. 85 overs. This will be the 86th. So 10 overs remain in the day's play, or minimum of 10 overs remain in the day's play at the completion of this one. Tumble. Broad, hopefully he's okay. He is back to his feet. Genuine play and miss for Van Beek. And after 86, it's 332 for 7.
Straight away, Ben Whitehouse taking off the jumper. Hand that over to the standing umpire. Now he would love to get another wicket on the board. One thing you'll always get with Ben, he bowls his absolute heart out. We said that against Glamorgan. We saw it against Gloucestershire. So he got 1 for 63 against Glam, 2 for 39 in that trip down to Bristol. Regardless of the situation, he will give you 110%.
Cut away, back foot, stylish, powerful from Esenazi. Adds another boundary to his score. That's his 18th boundary of the innings. Moves to 122. Some pretty long faces out there in the middle, isn't there, for Northamptonshire? A few double teapots going on, some arms crossed. Not had it their own way today. But then they're playing the team that's dominated the league this year. You have to play your best cricket and some if you're going to compete with Leicestershire this season. Slightly over pitched, but Esenazi happy to just defend that one. It's about a change in the field as well. They're going to strengthen that offside as safe save moves from leg slip to extra cover. I've yet to work out, Aaron, whether Ben Whitehouse is almost over pitching those, or whether it's an attempt to really give it a chance to swing. And I've yet to decide which way around I think that is. He certainly bowled a couple of flat ones, didn't he, in that afternoon or morning session, which certainly would kind of go for that. He's over pitched those. But you don't see many bowlers really get it up there, do you? Like he has through the course of the day. So I dare say it might be over pitching from Whitehouse.
No, I think that's fair. It's one of those that he's just trying to see if there is any late swing. Of course, in red ball cricket, it's not like the white ball formats where you're jamming those Yorkers and you can get the wickets because players are trying to be ultra aggressive. At the moment, Esenazi happy to just block out, but touching upon those numbers of Esenazi, as he defends there. Well, we spoke about him reaching his century, and at that point, he had 12 fours and 1 6. He's still got 1 6. That's not the metric to look at, but 20 of his next 22 runs have been from boundaries. And they've been smited away. They've not been loose edges which have evaded the slip cord, and he has absolutely tonked it. So good to see the approach being taken here from the Foxes number 5. Oh, and look at that. That's one of the shots of the day. Gorgeous straight drive. I don't think it's got enough pace to go all the way to the rope. Will be cut off there by Rob Keogh, but it is 3 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, he didn't time it, did it? It came off the toe of the bat. Again, just highlighting the length that Whitehouse is bowling at the moment, but the style at which he played the shot and the position that he got himself into was superb. There's something quite special about an on-drive. You have to be a good cricketer and moving really well if you're going to play an on-drive, and Esenazi's doing exactly that. 125 now. Esenazi, 339 for 7.
My follow-up question to that, and for those as well watching on in the YouTube live stream, when you think of the shot on drive, the on drive as a strike, who's the first cricketer that pops into your mind?
For me, it would be none other than Ricky Ponting.
Good shout.
That would be the first person that pops into my mind when an on drive is mentioned. Yes, he played others very, very well, but certainly one of the best of an on drive in that era of cricket, that's for sure. What other names have you got to chuck out there?
Well, for me, straight away, it's Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli's on drive is something to behold, whether that is in 50-over cricket, Test cricket. As you said, you've got to be a serious player to make it look effortless. He does so time after time after time.
Yeah, that one, on the other hand, won't be the most attractive piece of cricket that we've watched today, will it? A wide long hop from Justin Broad and a mistimed cut shot from Esenazi, which gets to George Bartlett on the half volley at gully. Good bit of fielding from George Bartlett, to be fair. He took it cleanly. That probably was the highlight of the of the play. Broad hasn't got this right this evening. That one with extra pace actually zipped off the surface. 2 taken. Inside edge into the thigh pad for Esenazi. It's another couple to the score. To his score, in fact. 341 for 7. Keeps the strike. There's another one of those stylish shots. Brilliantly well stopped at mid-on. Is it Nirvana Ramesh at mid-on? It is. Fantastic stop. We've seen a few today for Northamptonshire that have gone through the fielder, that have been half stopped and still made their way to the boundary, but that was a fantastic effort from the young off-spinner. Made good ground to his left to cut that one off. Another very stylish shot by Esenazi. Yorker from broad dugout, single taken. Logan van Beek, one delivery left. Justin Broad's over. So we'll play up to 5:30 this evening, won't we? So we should be well over on the over rate today. This is the 88th over. Nicely played. Another single taken. We'll keep the strike. 88 overs done then. 343 for 7. Esenazi 127 not out. Logan van Beek on 2. Having won the toss and elected to bat first. Yes, they've lost 7 wickets, but 343 runs on the board feels like a great number to have against what will be a pretty inexperienced batting lineup for Northamptonshire as well. Whitehouse 1 for 17 from the 4 overs since taking the second new ball. He continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Short ball, pulled away and thuds into the advertising boards at deep square leg. No real pace to that at all, was there, from Whitehouse? It just sat in the wicket. Van Beek looked like he had an age to play that shot, put it wherever he wanted to, dispatched it down to the boundary for a 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, it's one of those which we've seen on far too many an occasion today from the Northamptonshire seamers. Doesn't seem to be enough genuine carry to trouble the Leicestershire batters on the short ball. That's better. Just pitches it on that good length. Single taken by a scampering Van Beek. No, it's well played in the end, wasn't it, from the Dutch international? It's just one of those that, especially when you've got the new ball, not even 10 overs old, you don't really want to be allowing those simple shots. Certainly not to see Esenazi either. He will latch onto those in a heartbeat.
Got his eyes on bigger numbers, isn't he, Esenazi? Ball just starting to offer to tail back in for Ben Whitehouse. But the seamers, they haven't bowled with the consistency. They haven't been able to apply the pressure to the batters at all, really, have they? The 3 overs from George Scrimshaw, I wouldn't necessarily say he picked the wickets up from pressure. He picked them up from just absolute brutes of deliveries that caught Rishi Patel by surprise, and just an absolute monster of a delivery to get rid of Ian Holland, who had struggled up to that point. But the Leicestershire batters against Broad, Whitehouse and Scrimshaw have always known that there's going to be an opportunity to score in the not too distant future. But they're 3 seamers that are still kind of learning their craft, aren't they, in red ball cricket? This Ben Whitehouse in particular being the lead example of that. Single number of first-class games in his career so far. Justin Broad early in his career as well. And then Scrimshaw, yes, more experienced, but hasn't played a huge number of red ball cricket in his career up to this point.
Or in this season as a whole, just
Or,
his second county championship match in 2025. So, no, it's a very valid point. And it's also something which lends itself to the benefit of Leicestershire when we see them with the new ball later on in this encounter. Of course, you've got Chris Wright, who's looking for an 800th professional wicket, which is absolutely ludicrous.
Justin Broad from the David Capel and does get the outside edge, and it's gone down. It flew. Is it Van der Merwe at second slip?
It is.
It was a good effort to get there. Got two hands to it, and it burst through the Northants second slip. Van Beek gets to life. It's the third chance, isn't it, of this innings that's gone down for Northamptonshire. One off the first ball of the day. That one just dropped into the offside. Another single taken, brings up the 350 for Leicestershire now, and another batting point added to the tally. There was that one-handed attempt, and I think that might have been by Van der Merwe as well at mid-wicket.
It was, yep.
Just thought he was a little bit slow to react to the one at mid-wicket. That one, well, pulled away, but pulled away through mid-off. It was that I was looking through mid-wicket to try and find the ball there, but hand-eye coordination for Van Beek, good enough to get himself into a position to play a pull shot or a hook shot. Realised the ball wasn't quite there and still middled it over mid-off for four, much to everybody's bemusement and puzzle. And again, that one, the drop catch from Van der Merwe just looked a little bit late to react, I thought, at second slip. Got two hands to it and just burst through. That one down the ground. See, that one I was able to follow. That one was a much more traditional way to play the ball through mid-off for Logan Van Beek. Over-pitched by Broads, overcompensating from the ball before, and just chipped back over his head for back-to-back boundaries. 358 for 7. There's not a great deal of enthusiasm out there, is there, for those Northamptonshire fielders at the moment? I don't think it's going the way they would have wanted to have ended this season, or certainly not so far today. They had opportunities, didn't they? They got themselves back in the game at lunchtime. That one short again, pulled away, this time through McManus. Safe Zabe is going to cut it off. Whitehouse, in fact, gets round to it. Just a couple then added to the score. Esenazi looks like he's just struggling with a little bit of cramp, maybe a bit of fitness there for the man who's 129 not out, who you can forgive for being on the tired side. Justin Broad really struggling here in this spell. 4.5 overs, none for 34. That one again, back of a length. Van Beek trying to guide it for a single. Can't get it past George Bartlett. So after 90, the score is 360 for 7. We've got 37 minutes left on the clock. Minimum of 96 overs to be played in a day. So we'll be pretty much done and dusted. Well, we'll definitely be done and dusted at 5:30, won't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we'll see a spinner before too long as well.
No, I think that's completely valid. I think we will. It's just a question of who that will be. We saw a little bit of Stuart Van der Merwe, but I don't think he's necessarily as high at the pecking order as, let's say, a Rob Keogh or a Nirvan Ramesh. Personally, I'd go with Ramesh. I think he would be my go-to one. I have a feeling you might say Rob Keogh, though.
Yeah, I think he's bowled the best out of the three of them, to be fair. He's looked like getting a bit of turn off the surface, hasn't he? But there is an opportunity. There's no jeopardy to this game. Northamptonshire can't get relegated. It's not like it's 2 up, 2 down. Is there into a Division 3 of the county championship? So if there's an opportunity for Northants and Darren Lehman and Lewis McManus to have a really good look at Nirvan Ramesh, chuck him the ball, chuck him the harder ball with a prouder seam and see what he can do with that one.
Here is George Scrimshaw. That one is flailed away out towards deep backward point. Nice diving stop. Will restrict it to just 2 runs there off the blade of Esenazi. Well, that's why personally I would do it, just given the game situation and the season situation. Why not just give Nirvan a little bit more extra opportunity? But for now, it is the continuation of a trial by speed. It's George Scrimshaw to Stevie Esenazi. Just rock back deep in to the crease on that occasion. Maybe looking to punch it through the covers. It's a 6-3 field for Scrimshaw, this. With that 6 being on the offside. Slip in play. The rest of the field is spread out at deep third. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off and deep point. And right on cue, the deep point fielder brought into play once more by Esenazi. He ticks over onto 132. Let's not forget that at one point, Leicestershire were 110 for 4. So, regardless of what the final score is here in this first innings, that is some comeback from the champions to be. Work to be done here for Northamptonshire to get these final 3 wickets. Can Scrimshaw get the first of them? Well, he won't with that delivery. Well watched by Logan van Beek. Exact same field as well to the Netherlands international. Spoke there about the fielders on the offside. Keogh, a wideish mid-on. I think that's James Sales down at deep backward square and Nirvan Ramesh down at long leg. Will Scrimshaw throw in the short ball, or is it a bluff? Well, there is the short ball. Well stopped by a diving George Bartlett. Definite ploy here with those 2 fielders out at deep third and long leg respectively. Just looking at Nirvan Ramesh as well, he is going through the motion, so I imagine it will be a 17-year-old who will be the next change bowler. Van Beek tucks into a defensive position to round out over number 91. So Leicestershire 363 for 7. Logan van Beek on 18. And the man of the moment, Stevie Esenazi, on 132 runs and counting. Just looking out towards the players' dressing room. Helmets have just been brought onto the field, so I believe it will be Nirvan Ramesh. Just having a chat with his captain, McManus.
Yeah, a few numbers around. Sussex, oh my word. 204 for 4 after 36 overs for Sussex, having bowled Worcestershire out for 123.
I've got to know who's batting.
Let me find out. It's, I think the Wi-Fi here is on a bit of a slow go, so I will get to you. That's an outrageous, outrageous setup.
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
James Coles is 91 not out of 89 deliveries, 14 fours and a 6. John Simpson, 56 off 75. You thought I was going to say Dan Hughes has gone and scored a hatful, didn't you? He's...
No, because I'd already seen him get out.
Oh, okay, fine. Fair enough. Had you have not known that, that possibly would have been the assumption that was made.
Correct.
But racing along. James Coles, what a season he's having. The Sussex all-rounder.
Here is Ramesh to Esenazi. It's funny, we spoke about the national counties earlier. James Coles came up through Oxfordshire. I know they've got quite the connection, haven't they, with Sussex. A number of their players have played for the Martlets over the years. The likes of Harrison Ward and Zach Leon Cachet as well.
It's a nice partnership, isn't it, between the two of them? One that's been really well developed and publicised, and I think benefited both.
100%. The same can be said about Northamptonshire and Bedfordshire.
Yeah.
With Emilio Gay and Rob Keogh.
Buckinghamshire as well.
Well, there is Esenazi on the reverse, and this time he has found the gap. That'll be 4 runs down towards the Briggs and Forrester family stand. Excellent execution from the 31-year-old. He continues on his merry way. Leicestershire 367 for 7. And Esenazi has 136 of those. We are seeing one of those Buckinghamshire players, aren't we, in Safe Sabe? Adi Sharma as well. Someone who's played for the national counties side. Really nice to see that liaising between the different structures in that wider cricketing ecosystem. And I know for the national counties, it's an immense point of pride as well when one of their players does get picked up, whether that's for the One Day Cup or the Blast or the Championship. Just goes to show the value of having all of those different niches of the pyramid. Esenazi rotates the strike there, moves on to 137. Seen plenty as well over the course of this summer. Joe Pocklington, he's now got a professional deal with Nottinghamshire. Rory Hayden's the big one for me, from Staffordshire. Remember watching him play a little bit of twos cricket for Warwickshire. Didn't quite earn an opportunity with the Bears, and now got a 3-year deal with Derbyshire as Bartlett. Little bit of a misfield there. Allows for Van Beek to come home for the single. That'll bring about the conclusion of the 92nd. So Leicestershire 369 for 7. The stories as well in the national counties are ever so interesting. Because usually it's players who have maybe played youth cricket or maybe got onto second 11 academy, have trialled at many a different club and county. And let's not forget, they don't get paid to play in the national counties. You don't get paid to play for Buckinghamshire or Bedfordshire, Cumbria, Cornwall, whoever. You do that out of your own pocket. You do it out of the love for the game. So Van Beek rocks onto the back foot and cars that out towards deep backward point for the single. And I know that there's a lot of really hungry players in the NCCA. The exact same thing can be said about the South Asian Cricket Academy, as we've seen with Amrit Basra.
Well, it's competitive, isn't it? And it's a good standard. You've only seen over the last couple of years with those showcase games against the counties ahead of the One Day Cup. And yes, okay, the county's unlikely to put a full strength 11 out, but there are upsets. Wow. Wow. What a shot that is, Esenazi. He's played some good ones through the course of this inning so far. That is up there with the very best. Just pulled away off George Scrimshaw all the way for 6. Down to deep mid-wicket. Moves to 143 now, Esenazi.
Yeah, that really is one of the pick of the bunch for the day. How he's muscled that away for 6. Crikey, that really is some strike. Looks to chop that one away. find that vacant space between deep backward point and Arish Buchake at deep third. But just touching upon Amrit Basra, his name is actually in the Lynn Wilson Centre.
Yep.
Product of the Northamptonshire pathway.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out at Northamptonshire for him, unfortunately, but very highly thought of as a human being here at Northamptonshire. There's nobody at the club that's got a bad word to say about him as a person. Just unfortunately, just didn't quite work out as a professional, but fantastic news for him that he picked up that contract at Derbyshire, having been part of that Saka programme. And he was here, wasn't he, in that first class game, but running the drinks on. I think it was it James Sales in particular? I just remember kind of a real nice embrace between the two of them. So yeah, good for Amrit. As you say, you can see his name on the board, can't you, as you come up the steps in the indoor school.
No, I think everyone's very proud of him. We wish him a long and successful career. Serious talent as well. Might have just had seen Amrit in the twos. And of course, for Saka in their exhibition games. And tell you what, that fella can play. So here is Scrimshaw to round out the 93rd. Oh, hang on. He's chopped on, but there's a no ball. Scrimshaw has overstepped. So Esenazi will rearrange his stumps, and he will continue, called straight away by the standing umpire. There's a few jeers go out from the Leicestershire fans here at Wantage Road, and that is unfortunate for Scrimshaw. And everybody thought that was the moment, but straight away it was signalled. And as a result, Stevie Esenazi will get a second bite of the cherry.
Feels like that sums up Northamptonshire's day quite well, doesn't it? You see Rob Keogh just out the commentary box window on his haunches at mid-on. It's quiet out there, isn't it? It's James Sales as well, down at deep mid-wicket. Scrimshaw has to reload and go again. Esenazi gets a life on 143. Moves immediately up to 144.
It's one of those things as a bowler. It's painful to say. I remember Tom Curran overstepping in the Ashes. I think David Warner was on 98.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a bit more theatre about that no ball, though, wasn't there? Because I think it was given on the field, wasn't it? And then reviewed. Or checked, shall we say, as David Warner was making his way off. I think Tom Curran might have given David Warner a bit of a send-off as well, hadn't he?
Yeah, it's just one of those things. You'll just have to put it into the back of his mind now. Hope that either he or one of his teammates can end the state of Esenazi at the crease. But right there is just intelligent cricket from the former Middlesex middle order bat. Funny there, Buchake straight away was sprinting towards the helmet. He was keen to get in at short leg. Instead pushed back to 45.
Yeah, I'm not sure at 380 for 7 with 22 minutes left on the clock whether short leg is the place to be. Be thinking slightly more defensive fields, wouldn't you? I think for Northamptonshire for the remainder of the day, because it's not inconceivable to think that they could concede 400 runs in a day's play by the time we get round to 5:30, particularly with the way that Esenazi and Logan Van Beek can strike a cricket ball.
Single there for Van Beek. Moves him on to 21. So Esenazi back on strike here for the Foxes. That one fired in down the leg side. One pitched very full by Ramesh. Guided away by Esenazi. End of the over. Leicestershire 381 for 7. I think it's safe to say in the ascendancy in this first innings. Wouldn't say in control of the match just yet because we haven't seen that Northamptonshire riposte. Who knows? We might also see a big total put on the board by the Tudor Rose, but it does feel like a pretty sizable tally already. So the floodlights come into effect here at Wantage Road. A few slight shadows being cast by the players, but I don't think it's anything too disruptive as of yet. Not tons of cloud cover overhead, so play will continue.
There's a few thicker clouds over towards the town centre, isn't there, to the east of the, sorry, to the west of the grounds, which I think is just causing that natural light to be blocked slightly as it gets lower in this autumn evening. It doesn't feel like the cricket season started anything other than yesterday, does it? It's flown past.
It has, and it's always my least favourite time of year. So that one is carved away. Well backspin, but well read there. Out at deep point. So Esenazi is on strike, 5 away from 150. It does feel like that, but we say every year, don't we? Cricket season, for what is 6 months, those 6 months fly by.
Mm.
And the reason I say 6 months is because pre-season stuff is in March. So, yeah, it's nice, of course, to see teams like Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Of course, Nottinghamshire as well. Saw Worcestershire get their moment. It's always nice, isn't it, to see the teams get the trophies. But at the same time, it's like, well, the season's ending. It's about to get very cold and wet and miserable. There's no cricket on either. So that one is stopped brilliantly by a diving safe save. Just 1 run conceded. I think he saved a certain boundary there. Leaping goalkeeper style.
Yeah, without doubt. It's just got the end of one of those fingers, isn't it? On a cold September evening at the end of a cricket season. Bruises upon bruises, I would imagine, for Safe Zabe. Just wringing those fingers. Brilliant stop, though. Certainly, as you say, saved 3, as the ball would have dissected those 2 fielders down on that offside boundary.
It's one of those where I imagine tomorrow we'll see a little bit more tape on the fingers. That definitely puts a lot of physical toll on the body. Does this game? There's no place we'd rather be. So that one thunders into the pad of Van Beek. Just dribbles really out towards square leg. Leg by given. And that will be the end of over number 95. Leicestershire 384 for 7. will be Nirvan Ramesh to continue his stint from the David Capel end. A little bit of gardening being done as well in the middle between Van Beek and Esenazi. Getting to this point of the day where you're probably just saying between each other as a pair not to do anything too rash. Don't need to gift away your wicket. 15 minutes of the day's play remain.
I think they'll just continue playing the way they've been playing, Aaron, to be honest. 55 off 63 runs is the partnership between the two of them. Van Beek is 22 off 24.
Well, there is that intent being shown there by Van Beek. And a great stop out in the covers by James Sales. Prevents the boundary from being scored. And that's what I like to see, even if it hasn't been your day in terms of the wickets column. And in this case as well, with Leicestershire on 385, the runs column to boot. Still got to show that energy, that character in the field. Esenazi just drops that towards backward point for no run. It's the one thing that you can constantly control in a game of cricket is your attitude, your body language, your desire, your hunger to do the best for your side. Another nice stop this time from Arish Bachake. Prevents any runs from being scored. Esenazi remains on 146. In a knock which has seen him scored 18 fours and 2 sixes. Really has been the chief aggressor for the visiting side. He's played that beautifully late. Hasn't quite got the timing to take it all the way for 4 runs, but will be an easy 2. Moves Leicestershire onto 387 for 7 after 96 overs of bowling. Esenazi now just 2 runs away from what would be a magnificent 150. Just looking around the grounds as well, Hampshire going very nicely at the utility bowl. They're on 106 for 2 in response to Surrey's 147 all out. So the deficit there, just 41 runs for the Rose and Crown. As for the game at Headingley, Durham 268 for 7 after 87 overs against Yorkshire. Somerset 283 for 6 against Essex. Sussex 216 for 4 after 40 overs against Worcestershire. Of course, the 5th and final game in the top flight. Warwickshire 189 for 5 in the 66th over against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire know that a Surrey defeat gives them the title. They also know that a draw with a few bonus points gives them the title. That really would be a very special way to end the season for Nottinghamshire. Van Beek leaves that one well alone. I think it also puts Pete Moores into a distinguished category of head coaches who have won the championship with 3 different counties, which is some going, isn't it?
Certainly is. Just put pen to paper to a new contract at Nottinghamshire is why I say just, but in relatively recent history.
Yes, he has. I think it's at least for, I think it's for 2 years. 3 years. That one is uppercut away by Logan van Beek. Yeah, so just to give a little bit more context to that, 3-year contract, so keeps in there until 2028. Scrimshaw charges in here to Stevie Esenazi. Covers up defensively. That will be a dot ball. On a York length delivery from George Scrimshaw. Guided away towards James Sales at deep square leg for the single. Esenazi now on 149. So the latest delivery is rifled away out towards deep point. And Van Beek will retain the strike. Leicestershire 390 for 7. So we enter the final 8 or so minutes on day 1. Important for these two to just maintain those high levels of concentration. Has been a highly valuable partnership, this. 62 runs. Van Beek has 25 of those. He's done a nice job, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's no slouch at number 9, that's for sure. Other counties would certainly be batting at least one further up the pecking order, wouldn't he? Very, very accomplished cricketer. Good record at first-class cricket as well. Feels like he's played championship cricket for a while now as well. He's been around. He's been a few different counties. Calling Leicestershire home at the moment.
And this will be the moment for Stevie Esenazi. 150 runs for the Leicestershire number 5. Gives a nice signal there to his teammates, who to a man are out on the dressing room balcony. It's a knock which has included 18 fours and 2 sixes. We spoke about him being the glue guy, and he has single-handedly held this innings together. Has had apt support from the likes of Johnny Tattersall. He scored 47. Ben Cox scored 20. Liam Travaskis with 37. And Van Beek, the latest of his partners, on 26. Stevie Esenazi really has been on another planet today. Very, very well batted indeed. He continues to go about his business. Looks as cold as ice, doesn't he? Down at the non-striker's end. As Van Beek looks to punch that one off the back foot. Next one from Ramesh, slightly over pitched, allows for Van Beek to dig it out towards mid-off.
Are we going to have safe save to round the day out from the Lynn Wilson Centre end? 6 minutes to go. The Leicestershire batters have called for a fresh pair of gloves and a drink as well. I think completely fair enough. They'll be wanting to face as few of deliveries as possible in between now and stumps.
No, I think it is. It's completely fair. And let's not forget, we've actually gone over in terms of,
of course,
the allotted overs. It's a little bit different if we were, what, 89, 90 overs into the day's play.
No, we're very much in credit. And to be fair, I don't think either county will be upset if this is the final over of the day's play. I'd imagine Northants will be very happy to get off the field this evening, or this afternoon even. And Leicestershire, of course, if they get to the end at 7 down, they'll be delighted with nearly 400 runs on the board on day one. And it is going to be safe save, replacing George Scrimshaw from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. It's the slow left arm of safe save. 15 overs, 4 maidens, none for 33.
Zabid is here. Just looking at the clock, 3.5 minutes. As you said, I don't think there'll be any immediate rush from either side. We'll see a little bit of gardening from Esenazi and Van Beek. Esenazi would love to see out the close of day one. And he has earned that right, and you can see there Van Beek straight away up there, just checking little bits of the wicket.
Yeah, it could take some management for this to take 3 minutes to end this over. Could be a tie of a shoelace coming off or something in a minute as well. But I think, unfortunately for Leicestershire, I think they're going to have to face one more hit. 3 balls left with 3 minutes on the clock. Unless one of these deliveries goes out of the ground somewhere, that's we're going to get through this, aren't we?
For Van Beek again. It is just one of the sights of cricket, isn't it?
I mean, I admire the intent here, lads, but you're not going to make this work.
Unsurprisingly, that next delivery played back to the bowler. Van Beek once more goes for a little bit of a stroll.
Oh, I think he might have just had a little bit of a telling off from the umpire, I think, on that one.
Well, let's see.
Well, that's stumps, Aaron. That is stumps. Maybe we're, well, from the information I've got available, that's 2 minutes before close of play. As you say, not that it really matters. We've had 99 overs of cricket today, scheduled 96. Players make their way off. Leicestershire led by Stevie Esenazi, 150 not out of a total of 392 for 7 for Leicestershire. And a pretty long and slow, drawn-out departure from the playing surface for Northamptonshire. They have had a tough day of it, having been asked to bowl first here at Wantage Road. They were in there for a moment, weren't they? That lunchtime, that lunch period, they picked up 4 quick wickets. But Leicestershire, the champions of Division 2, just showing their class and showing why they are getting promoted to Division 1. Will play Division 1 cricket in 2026. So just a summary, 392 for 7, 99 overs bowled, 150 not out for Esenazi, 40s for Rishi Patel, Sol Buddinger and Johnny Tattersall. 2 wickets for George Scrimshaw, 2 for Rob Keogh, 1 for Justin Broad, 1 for Whitehouse, 1 for Nirvan Ramesh, and wicketless for Saif Zabe. Well, we'll call it a day, and we'll be back with you at about 10:30 tomorrow morning for day 2 of this fixture between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire.